realized it was already 7. Welcome. It's Order 42. I'm Rob. This is the show. How's it going? How are you guys doing? My hands are cold. I just washed my hands. How dare you cause me to stop watching bats? You're watching bats, like real bats, or the movie Bats? Isn't there a movie called just Bats? I'm not sure. But anyway, how's it going? How's your week been? Sit on them? I usually do, but this, I don't know. I don't know if it works with this. The movie Bats with Lou Diamond. Okay. So the actual movie Bats. And Bonobo Juice is here. There is a BAPS as well. I can't remember what that stands for. I saw the movie back in the day, but I don't remember it. Zombie Autopilot. Man, today's been a day. In fact, this whole week has been just like, go. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I meant to, look, this week has been nuts. Just preparing for SoCal, helping Billy and Jay out. It's just been, it's been a busy week. And Jedi Survivor. Okay, you want to know my quick thoughts on Jedi Survivor? It's really fun when you're not playing the story. Like, I think the bosses are kind of ridiculous. Or I just suck, which is probably more true. I just suck at video games. But I like going around and finding stuff and you know, getting into little skirmishes here and there. But these extended boss fights are just like, wow. So I played through the game. And my thoughts are, I liked it. I didn't like it as much as Fallen Order, but I still liked it. It's really good. And you should play it. You should play it if you're into it. If you saw the trailer and you're like, yeah, that looks good. Play it. It's fun. There are some definite Uncharted vibes through the whole thing. So if you're a fan of Uncharted, it's got a similar kind of feel to it. You know, like there are like set pieces. Does that make sense? Truth is though, I just suck at video games. So yeah. But I did enjoy it. I'm more looking forward now to just being able to go places and go find things. That's what I'm looking forward to doing. But probably not going to be able to do it until I get back next week from SoCal. So here's the deal. Jay left yesterday with Tim, and if you follow him on Twitter, he's been tweeting their trip and getting into little adventures or whatever, having discussions about whether you can base jump off of a wind turbine. Look, I don't know. But yeah, so he left yesterday. Billy left this morning. And Billy left so he can go have almost like a retreat where he can work on the next script. Hands are still cold. And yeah, I'm flying out Thursday night. So yeah. For sake of paranoia, did you see me in the database? In the database? You mean for the ship lists? I mean, not off the top of my head, but there's a lot of names on that list. Let me see. I just pulled it up. Yes, you are there. You are there. And you live at... No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. Let me make sure I close the right thing. Okay. Close that. Okay, good. We're good. But yes, you are there. Yeah, Wraith. Hi, Wraith. Hi. And Cosmo's here too. Hey, how's it going, guys? It's good to see you. Yeah. I'm not streaming next week because I'm probably most likely going to not make it home on time. It really depends on Billy because he's driving back. So it depends on him and how everything goes with the trip. Um, but yeah, yeah. So next week there will not be a stream because we'll still be driving back from California. That's my guess. What's this? Yes, I'm live right now. It's my father. I had to answer my father, you know. You kind of have to do that. Anyway, yes. So that's the deal. No stream next week. So yeah, there's yeah, a whole lot going on. And I'm trying to make sure that I have a review, at least one review to go up while I'm out, and hopefully some shorts to fill in so that if you want some content from Order 42, you can have that content. I just don't know how much I'm going to be able to do. So, we'll see. We'll see. What okay, wait. I'm already behind. Look at this. I'm already behind. I just video at sucking games. Okay. All right, Ricky, you're scaring me a little bit, but that's okay. It's okay. Jedi Survivor, I'm not going to give you up. I'm not going to yeah. Yeah. Yeah, nobody wants that song in your head. Nobody. And Rufus, yeah, that I mean, I'm sure if I had gone through the list, but there's like I want to say there's like 2,500 names on that list. So yeah, I just didn't yeah. I didn't read them. So today's stream will be 6 hours to compensate for no stream next week. Bucho, welcome. There he is. That's him on stream on screen there. And this is actually a live shot of him right now. He's standing very still. It's amazing that I can get this high quality of an image from New Zealand piped straight here to Texas in real time. But that's him. Bucho, don't move. Don't move, dude. Don't. Okay. Always not listening to me. Always not listening to me. Driving back with Billy, oh boy, the smell that could happen. Oh, you have no idea. I mean, not just him, but me too. I mean, who knows? Who knows what kind of crazy crap is going to happen on the way back? Hopefully, I've got a video idea. And I haven't told this to anybody except for Billy, I think. And I want to see if he'll help me with this video. So we'll see. It could be absolute crap. I've already been working on it. I've recorded a couple of things for it, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I don't want to build it up because there's nothing to build up. But live stream from your phone. I've actually thought about doing that, but especially during the con, we were so busy doing stuff that I kept forgetting to even take pictures and do videos and, you know, just video for you guys. So yeah. Let's see. Getting the 2-disc signed is a big deal for me. I can't even watch that. Ish without crying at least 4 times. I mean, look, I'll say this. The movie, when I'm actually sitting down and trying to watch it, which is tough now because I've seen it so many times, but if I watch it, I will tear up a couple of different times in that movie. But it means a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to Billy and Jay as well. To anybody that worked on that movie, we put a lot of effort into the movie to make sure that some important things, that the important things came through. The you know, the heart came through, and it just makes me feel great to know that people like it. That's, yeah. Also, one of your top 3 types of juice. Hey, it is tart. It is tart. It's got a gamey yet flowery kind of aftertaste, which is a weird thing. So, oh, and you guys might be wondering, Rob, why no juice tasting today? Well, there's a big reason for that. A big reason. And it's because you guys keep grappleberry, whatever you want to say. You guys haven't been voting for it. So I'm taking it with me to SoCal. And that will be, I haven't tried it yet. Because, on the plane, depressurization and everything, I've got like a beard hair that's like going into my mouth. You ever had that? It sucks. Anyway, so I haven't even I've wicked it and it's ready to go, but I won't try it until I land. I might just cloud up the plane when we land because I don't want to get arrested or anything. Yeah, that probably wouldn't go over well. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, that's happening. And in this one today, I put in some raspberry donut because you guys didn't vote for that one either, and I really wanted to try it again. And it's ice. It's freaking it's so good. It's so good. And I can't vape very much because dual coil, and it'll cloud up this whole room and blah blah blah. So yeah. Ish is how you say shit without it getting blocked. I don't swear when I'm not a mod. Usually doesn't go through. Well, you know what? How's that? How's that? Bam. Take that. What are you gonna say now, Rufus? Huh? I mean, honestly, I could probably just make all of you guys moderators, but it's one of those things where, like, when I'm just sitting there chilling, watching something, I don't want to moderate anything. I just want to chill and have fun. So I hope but it's there if you want to do it. If you see something that you need to remove, you can do it. Rufus now has the power, so everybody look out. Between Rufus and Wraith and Nightbot over there in the corner, you guys better watch it. You guys better watch it. So, yeah. I know, Rufus. I know that's not why you said it. But there you go. Bam. Take that. You don't like the movie. You love it. Oh, Adventures in Game Change. Well, like I said, I appreciate that. And I know the guys do too. Everybody does. Like I said, we worked really hard on it. I mean, we worked really hard on it. And yeah, we're going to be talking about that in just a second. We'll be talking about it. Speaking of movies where the heart comes through, anyone watch Temple of Doom lately? Bucho, everybody. Does Billy vape? I forget. I don't know how much he vapes on a normal basis. I know that he has vaped like CBD stuff in the past, but I mean, I don't think it's an all the time like me. I mean, I've always got one of these on me, somewhere, whether it's in my car, in my back pocket, in my butthole. I don't have any in my butthole. That would be weird, especially this. It's kind of blocky, Let's keep it PG here. Okay, beard hair and mouth always. You get used to it. I can't stand it. I hate it. That's why it's always trimmed back. It's always trimmed back, and I try to keep this short because I just don't. No. In fact, this hair, I don't know if I like it. I might have to go shorter. And I know there's some people that are like, no, don't do that. No, don't do that. I almost have like a. I don't know what this is. I don't know what it is, but I'm so sick of fruit flies. There's fruit flies in my room. I have no fruit in here. Why do I have fruit flies in my room? I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, you couldn't get a seat in the vaping section. I wish I could. You like to pronounce the P in raspberry? That's kind of hard to raspberry. Raspberry. I read that twice, and the second yes, Bucho is yeah, you gotta watch out for him. You never know. He might just pop up. Hey, whoa, hey, get out of here. You just never know. Thank you means a lot to me to be respected here. Always a good part of my week. Rufus, come on. I mean, you didn't need the wrench to be respected by me and by everyone else here, but there you go. I'll keep the cursing at a minimum. Christian, you can do whatever you want. You know, I try to keep it, you know, because here's the thing. I know that my dad's watched before. I know that my, some different family, my sister's been in here. My brother's been in here. My family's been in here. My aunt, everybody. There's been, I say everybody. There's been a lot of people in here, and I always try to present myself in a manner that isn't crazy, you know. And plus, I mean, I don't want to say anything about anybody else that uses the harsh language, but a lot of times it comes off as just too much, you know, and it's just not for me. Every now and then I'll get after it, but not all the time, you know. You've seen Adventures in Game Chasing like 42 times. Wow. Butthole. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Bonobo Juice. Exactly. Nothing wrong with stuff in your butthole. Beaver and butthole. What was it? What was that? Mike Judge video where he's talking about Porky's butthole. That guy thought that there was some person that called up mad at MTV or Paramount or whoever, Viacom or something, but they were talking about how they were mad at the show Porky's Butthole, and it's like that's not the name of the show. Anyway, look that up. Mike Judge, Porky's Butthole. It's funny. It's really funny because also Zach Galifianakis is just losing his mind while Mike Judge is telling this story. It's great. It's great. Feel free to take a week off streaming, Rob. Now that I'm more familiar with Rufus' stream schedule, I got options. And you know what? I wholeheartedly agree with you. And hey, any of you guys that stream, I tell you, man, in the Discord, post your streams, man. Post them. Let's support each other. That's part of what makes a community, you know, of people that support each other and watch each other's stuff and hang out. It's fun. It's fun. So I'm all for that, Bucho. All for it. Jail pocket, exactly. No schedule. Life's kind of a mess, but I'm working on it. Well, Rufus, hey, yeah, you can post that stream or whatever videos, anything you want in the what your own content section there. Post it. I mean, I'm not going to watch it, but anybody else can. I'm just kidding. I check out everybody. Okay. I check out everybody that posts in there. I check the stuff out. I try to like, subscribe, all that stuff, you know, because that's important for the what do you call it? The algorithm, you know? And even on Twitch, just you popping in and saying a couple of things can mean a lot on metrics and how things show up in the feed and all that kind of stuff for that game and all that. Dude, it's support, you know? And to me, it's like it's support. Just you being here, just you watching supports this channel and supports what I've got going over here. Of course, you know, there's some people that throw money and all that stuff. Hey, I'm not against it. I just appreciate you being here. That's all I'm going to say. But if we can support each other, that's even better. The genesis of Boom Hour. Yeah, exactly. Bonobo, exactly. They had Crocs and Idiocracy because they thought there was no way they would ever catch on. Little did they know. Little did they know. I guess it's just because of luck or destiny or karma or the force that I caught you 3 days in a row then, Rufus. Hey. Don't forget Game Dave. Well, I wonder what time of... Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Let me just see here. So right now, according to this, it is 12:20 in Auckland. So that would be about 2 o'clock p.m. in Auckland, Friday during the day. So that's probably why we don't see Bucho very much over in the game day stream. Carbonite, how's it going, man? How is it going? But yes, everybody, man, seriously, I have a unhealthy relationship with Dave. Makes it sound like I'm stalking him or something. I love Dave. I love him so much. Actually, I always forget that it cuts it off over here on YouTube. On Twitch, it'll, you can put whatever you want. Let's see. Isn't it just that? Can you just do this? Yeah. There's Game Dave's channel. So if you have a Twitch, if you have one of those twitchy things, dude, go follow him and what, dude. I love his streams. They're so cool, and he's got so much goofy crap going on. I mean, if you think this is goofy, you think this is fun, man, you go watch some of his stuff and it's crazy. And I've actually looked into doing the audio, like the chat not generated, but chat driven little audio clips and stuff on YouTube. It doesn't work. It's only on Twitch, which is kind of a bummer, because it would be funny for you guys to be able to, make audio come on screen or come on screen. You know what I mean? Come through the chat and all that kind of stuff. It'd be funny. But yeah. Don't like to advertise. If people like me, they will be curious enough to search. True, but you know what? The way that I look at it, and this is the way that I've been trying to promote myself, is that if somebody laughs and whatever, how do I put this? Man, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough to get any sort of footing when it comes to streaming. So any kind of help that you can get. And I'm actually telling you that not only is it okay, it's like, I was almost gonna say it's demanded. It's not demanded, but dude, this is, we're a community here, and you're in the Discord. Why not? Like, do you promote yourself to your followers? Consider us your followers. We'll come over when we can. Like I said, sometimes I'm just not on Twitch. And sometimes I'm doing something crazy. Not over there. But dude, feel free. Just feel free. Keep missing Dave lately. He's on Friday. Oh yeah, there you go. I always seem to be out and about. I understand that. I tell everybody about you, but I built my main channel with Rockstar Games. My side channels are still under 100 subs. Hey, I get it. I mean, I don't get it. I don't have multiple channels. I have a Twitch that I basically it's just sitting there. And the YouTube has been just steadily growing. It's funny how, like, I get to a level and I'm like, hey, look at that. 2,700 subs. Whoa, that's cool. And then it'll drop back down. I'm like, okay, well. Every day is Friday in Auckland. Will you be discussing the writer's strike? I will, Wraith. I will. It is part of the deal. But usually, we get going on just what's going on. What's going on in the chat, in the world, with your world, our world, You said come. Thanks, Ricky. You're a good dude, Rob. I don't Twitch, actually. I don't like not being able to pay my way out of ads. Well, actually, there is a way. Since I'm not on Twitch, in fact, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's called Twitch Nitro. But there is a service. It's a $10 a month thing that you pay to Twitch. Doesn't go directly to the streamers. But what it does is it takes away the ads on every channel. So they would still get paid as if you watch the ads, which is probably, pennies. But there is a thing like that. Just like YouTube Premium is the same sort of thing where, I have a YouTube Premium account. So when I'm on that account and I watch something, I don't see any ads, but they get paid like I watched the ad. Does that make sense? So that is a thing on Twitch. Twitch Turbo, there it is. Bam. Thank you. Nitro isn't Nitro on Discord or something? But yeah, I totally get that. I never announce milestones. People unsub out of spite. Yeah. Look, the thing is, I've gotten to the point where I'm not trying to please anyone except for myself and the people that sub to me. I'm trying to make videos that I'm proud of and that I hope that people like to watch. If they don't want to watch it, like I put out, there's plenty of videos. Trust me. There's plenty of videos that I put out where I'm like, yeah, no one's going to watch this. But you know what? I'm proud of it. I stand behind it. Bam, here we go. So there you go. There you go. There you go. Hey, there you go. So just do your thing, man. Not do a thing like Choco Taco says. Choco Taco is another of my favorite streamers on Twitch. I love that guy. Along with Halifax and Landmark and Game Dave. In fact, those are the 4. I think there's only 4 Twitch streamers that I actually sub to. And it's those 4. So there you go. Can't believe Zelda's here in 1 week. Or if you're like Ricky, you already have it. It's like premium. Well, I don't care. Not going to start now. Hey, I get it. I dig the vibe on Rufus' channel so much I've run several of his streams on replay. A perfect company on the side monitor for when I'm doing admin malarkey in the office. That's awesome. That's awesome, Bucho. I'm glad. I'm glad. Let's like I said, share the wealth, man. Or whatever. You know what I mean? Let's support each other. There you go. Bonobo Juice has the deets on that Twitch Turbo. It is Turbo, right? Yeah. 0 ads site-wide. Just what Rob said. You still contribute to ad revenue for viewing, but getting hit with pre-rolls is terrible for discoverability when you're looking for new channels. You still get hit with pre-rolls, though. Interesting. So you get that first initial pre-roll, but then you don't get any of the intermediate, like every 20-minute ads or whatever. So like on Halifax, if you don't sub to Halifax, he has to run because of his partner deal with Twitch, he has to run so many ad rolls every 20 minutes. Maybe that's not the case anymore. I don't know. I've always been subbed to Halifax. But yeah. And why wouldn't you please yourself? There you go. I said that for you, Ricky. 12-hour stream you did a couple of days ago. I played the first 3 hours or so as a replay. Spoilers, that Zelda guy gets a stick. See? And I'll tell you right now. Okay. This whole interchange between Bucho going to Rufus's stream, watching it, and giving feedback, I'm telling you, for any streamer, for any content creator, whatever you want to call them, they love that stuff. It is the most important thing. Like I said, I'm one of those weird, crazy people that even if no one was watching, I'd still be doing a show. But that is one of the most important things. And I know sometimes there's certain people that just don't comment ever. They never get in chat rooms. They don't interact with the content they're taking in. But I'm telling you, even the biggest channel, they see that stuff. I guarantee you they do. Now, it might take them a bit to get to it, but I guarantee you they see it, and I guarantee you that they appreciate it. 50% of the internet are lurkers. I think it's larger than that. I think it's like 80%. or more. So, yeah, and that's fine. Like I'm completely fine with it. But if you're feeling that where you're like, "You know what? They're doing a really good job," or man, that was really funny," or "Man, that was really helpful." Man, it goes a long way. And it's a weird way of it's a weird simple way for you to do something, type something out real fast, and it gives them a boost. It gives them an energy. I mean, I'm telling you, every time I get a comment or man, it just makes my day, you know? So yeah. I love lurkers. They make it easier to keep up with chat. I can't not talk. It's problems I type 4 in a row. Rufus, it's okay. It's okay. Now, I wanted to bring this up before we really got into everything. And this happened today. Australia basically is banning vaping. This is one of these things that it drives me insane. But and this is the vaping bogan. But this is
back to smoking, and it's going to cost lives, because that is the reality of what their changes will cause. There will be thousands of people that look at these devices and think, I can't quit with that. They're going to go back to smoking. That is going to result in a devastating health implication caused by the Australian government. Let them know that this is wrong. This is not following the science. This is not a common sense approach. And it's not going to solve the problem that they are intent on fighting, and that is this youth uptake of vapor products. It's not going to stop that. The black market is going to keep going. These fuckers are going to keep sneaking these vapes into the country, and they're going to find a way to sell them. Prohibition is not ever an effective method of squashing a black market.
okay. I don't want to play the whole video or anything, but I number one love vaping bogan. I think his live streams for building are really, really well done and very helpful. He does curse a lot. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm telling you that it's one of these things that today I couldn't stop thinking about it. And it's like, man, like when something like vaping comes along, not created by a big company, you know. Ted, welcome. I see you there. Welcome, Ted. And I promise this isn't going to go on very, very long or anything like that. I say that and it's like, dude, do you realize how many times you've gone into like 20-minute long rants? I promise this isn't going to be long. But when the Royal College of Physicians, which is made up of physicians all over the world, it's based in England, they were the first ones to admit, or to find the link, I should say, between cigarettes and lung cancer. And they came out and they said that e-cigarettes, vaping, is not to exceed 5% of the risk of cigarette smoking. That it's 95% safer than smoking. And they've stood by that year after year after year after year. And yet, all of these companies, or all of these, I should say, all of these countries, like Australia, like the US, demonize it because the government is getting kickback from big tobacco. Australia is getting kickbacks from big pharma. If you watch this video, I'll actually put this in chat right now. There's the video. If you want to watch it, it's one of those where it's really just getting people motivated to reach out to these people, right? So if you live in Australia, absolutely reach out to them and let them know that that's stupid. Prohibition is dumb. It doesn't have the effect that they think it's going to have, and there you go. Fact is, I love vaping. I mean, you know that, but I also have the science behind me that shows me that this is a better option than smoking. In fact, 95% safer. So, and if all that is true, then why are they demonizing it? It's because of money. Pharmaceutical, basically what it's going to do in Australia is you can't get a vape unless you get it prescribed by a doctor. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous for something. And oh, by the way, cigarettes will be freely available to anyone who wants to smoke. You want to smoke? Go ahead. But no, to get the healthier alternative, you have to jump through a bunch of hoops and go through all that. And of course, the government will be in control. I don't know what it's basically the equivalent of the FDA in Australia will be able to tell you what you can have on the outside of the box, what flavors you can have, all of those things. And they said that, man, time after time, every single thing that they've done where it's like, oh, this is going to curb smoking, it tastes like crap, or it's just not effective. They're going to run vaping into the ground in Australia. And it's ridiculous because, again, 95% safer. But of course, the government doesn't get any kickbacks off of that. So, and then of course in the UK where, it's in their best interest to keep their people healthy because the government pays for health insurance. Well, guess what? They're giving out e-cigarettes. They put vape shops in hospitals. Follow the money, and it's very plain to see what's happening. So anyway, that's it. I just wanted to get that out because it's been driving me nuts today. There you go. There you go. But yeah, they're not just banning liquids. They're banning everything. Hardware. I've always been the type to show my appreciation when I find someone making something that makes my day better. That's the whole reason I stalked Robbie for so long. Bucho's been a long-time fan, of course, Cosma and the thing is, and Bonobo Juice. But Bonobo Juice, like I said, I was a fan of his. Just as like, dude, man, his podcast, I'm telling you, Bonobo Juice's podcast, man, I don't know how many times it made me cry laughing. So good. So Rufus, just imagine, you're making your own liquid, right? That's fine. What about that new smoker or that smoker that's like, man, I wish I could quit. Nothing works. And you want to be like, well, maybe you should try vaping. Well, guess what? They can't. It's so bad. I hate it. Yeah, Wraith, of all the things to ban. Anyway, yes, sorry. No more ranting. Let's have fun. Let's talk about this. This is this weekend. He makes a lot of sense. Rare for an Aussie. Yeah, he's awesome. Really, really good reviews. Everything he does, man, I've really enjoyed. But anyway, to answer earlier, Turbo was 0 ads. I just meant that their ad design is awful. My wife watches stuff and gets hit with like 2 minutes of pre-roll ads constantly. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you mean like when she's not? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Okay, Turbo is 0 ads. You mean that the ad design is awful? Exactly. Because when you first click onto a channel, you have to watch, anywhere from 15 seconds to a minute worth of ads before you even get to see what the channel is about. And I get it, man. You just click right off. But yeah, this weekend, as I said, Jay is on the way. Billy is on the way. This is what's going down at the Ontario Convention Center in Ontario, California. Michelle Ruff will be there. I mean, lots of stuff. Lady Dimitrescu, is that how you say it? Herself will be there. Maggie Robertson. George Newbern. Scandal, Father of the Bride. But he voices DC comic stuff. Steve Burton. The Completionist will be there. Black Nerd Comedies be there. Pat the NES Punk. Alex, whatever that last name is. Of course, those damn game chasers will be there. Retro Rick will be there. 8-Bit Eric, NES Complex, Pixel Game Squad, Ashley Tano. I don't know a lot of these people. Salem Shaka.pix and Mort's Garage. Mort's Garage. I can't talk. But yeah, this weekend, May 6th, May 7th, Ontario Convention Center. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, and I'm going to be there. And guess what? If you pre-ordered your Adventures in Game Chasing Blu-ray, we will have Blu-rays there specifically for people who have pre-ordered and want to pick them up, in person. So if you live in that area, Demetresk, okay, whatever, okay. It's one of them shooty the zombie games. But anyway, yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a whole lot of fun. I call Shanahan's. Get your brooms, everybody. Not sure what that means. I've smoked some ribs and chicken today. About to put a pork butt overnight for pulled pork. Man, tall mean lady will be there. Yes. You asked how to say it, so I spelled Demetresk. Oh no, I got you. I just don't know how to say it. I mean, I do now, I guess. Demetresk. But yeah, those dang games, those dang video games. I forgot to get the thing. It doesn't matter. Any new pickups? No, not this week. In fact, shenanigans. You mean shenanigans? I call shenanigans. Is that what you mean? I don't even know how you spell shen. Is it SHEN? Shenanigans. SHE. I don't know. Great game? Yeah. I mean, there you go. Shenanigans. There you go. South Park reference. Ah. Gotcha. I didn't know. But yeah, no pickups. I've basically put my spending on hold because of all the games coming. So you got of course, Jedi Survivor, which, like I said, I've already played through. I'm excited to just enjoy looking around and stuff. Breath of the Wild, of course. What, next week? Which will be fun. Or Tears of the Kingdom, I'm sorry. Then in June, we've got Diablo 4. We've got Final Fantasy 16. It's going to be busy. And I don't even know if I'm going to get Final Fantasy 16, but I'm really interested in it. I really like the look of it. And the fact that it's more action-based, like Final Fantasy 7 Remake, makes me interested in it. So, yeah. And I think it looks gorgeous. Dude, Jedi Survivor has moments of just like, wow, that looks good. That looks so good. I will say that, again, Jedi Survivor, no spoilers here, okay? Don't want to go into spoilers because, man, there's a lot. A lot happens in that game, okay? But the frame rate, I have noticed that on quality mode, there is a bit of a delay in your movements, which has caused me to curse loudly at things that aren't there. Or things that aren't real, I should say. It's frustrating. What I need to do is I need to just go ahead and try it on, now that I've played through it, now I can try it on performance mode, because I think that'll actually help. But yeah, there are some issues there. And as I said, because I'm more of a just run in and do things, I don't like blocking. I don't like parrying and all that. I was never great at it in Breath of the Wild. That's why I just tried to overpower with brute force. Be interesting if if parrying is going to be a bigger deal in Tears of the Kingdom, because it was always my least favorite thing to do. Like, I just like going in and just blasting fools. You know what I mean? I say blasting. You know what I mean? Just going in, just going crazy. Um, but yeah, yeah. You watched The Last of Us, not bad. The wife enjoyed it too. Yeah, it's a good show. I only play games that have tears in the title. There can't be very many. But yes, I think it's just a fun it is a fun game. I wish that it was a little more forgiving, but then again there's probably people that are like, "Man, make it harder." I don't know. I don't like I don't know. And it's probably just because I suck at video games. That's probably it. And I'm comfortable with that. Zelda Tears for Fears. Play that. Tears for Fears doing the soundtrack for a anyway. I don't like to try hard either. Hate. Oh, I don't like to try hard either. Hate playing sweaty. Yes. Yes, exactly. It's just I don't know, man. I don't like games. Okay, here's what I was thinking. Uh I was watching this guy Arcus, Arcus. Um he's just been somebody I've been watching from time to time. He does speed runs and on older Nintendo games, like regular Nintendo games. And I feel like back then I was better at games, but it's because I didn't have this wealth of things available to me. I mean, gamers these days have it great, but the problem is because you don't just have one game in most cases. You have a lot of choice. And when you have a lot of choice and when you have a lot of things that you could be doing other than gaming, it's hard to sit down and say, okay, I'm going to devote 40 hours to getting good at this game. For what? You know what I mean? It's like, for me, I don't see the benefit in sitting there and trying to, platinum a game, on PS5. I'm not going to do it. It's not worth my time. I've gotten the enjoyment I've gotten out of it. You know what I mean? And there are some games where I'll beat it or whatever. And then when I get, you go, oh, I'll go back and unlock some stuff. And sometimes unlocking the stuff is just as much fun as playing the regular game. And then in some cases, like the Lego Skywalker saga, is that what it's called? The last Lego Star Wars game. I pretty much enjoyed the whole thing all the way up until I started unlocking stuff. And then I'm like, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of doing the same thing over and over. So it's weird how, like, I feel like part of that is because when I was younger, I only had 3 games. So I could either not play games or I could get really, really good at these games. I mean, I could probably still beat Mega Man 2 pretty quickly. I could probably, let me see. What are the games that I'm most proud of? I loved UN Squadron. I didn't own that, but I had a friend that owned it. I loved that game. Yeah, I mean, I can't think of any. I'm having trouble thinking of games that I used to play a lot. Castlevania. But you know what I mean? It's like you get good at some of these games because that's pretty much all you got. And I found all the things that you could find and Link to the Past, and I don't know. I I don't have that kind of time anymore. That kind of time to really just devote into playing one game. So it's hard, even though I appreciate the depth to some of these games, I don't appreciate how difficult they make it to just get to the end, to do the thing that I really want to do, which is roam around and find random crap. So, and I guess I could just screw the rest of the game and just go find random crap, and then I'd have more fun. I don't know. So I don't know, but I was really interested in the story. Like the story kept me going. But I cursed a lot, like a lot, like a lot. It's I'm not proud of it. Like I would sit back after I turn it off, and I'm still like fuming, mad. Like I rage quit a couple times, and I'm sitting there going, what's wrong with me? I'm 47 years old. Why am I rage quitting a game? Why am I letting it get to me? I don't know. But there you go. Speed run is the definition of try hard, but it's when somebody's really good at a game, and especially Arcus, the thing about him is he's super cool under pressure. And even when he like he's deep into a run and he screws it up, he's all like, "All right, well, let's reset." And he's just super cool, and it's a super chill kind of stream, so I like hanging out on his stream, especially when I'm doing stuff like what I was doing today. I was sending out codes for Adventures in Game Chasing all day today. I say all day. It wasn't all day. Took a couple hours though. And working on the ship lists and getting the ship list cleaned up. Because the problem is with, I guess, Kickstarter, Indiegogo, both of those things, they export stuff like in different ways. So it's basically getting everything on the same page so that you can just say, okay, here are all the ones that ordered a single disc, and it's all in one place and you don't have to reference 20 different files. So that's what I've been doing. And, hopefully that helps the shipping process for Billy. Because, he's doing it by himself, basically. But anyway, I do want to talk about, yes, I was going to talk about that, Rufus. Pac-Man, Duck Hunt. Yeah, see, I played a little of those, but yeah, the old Atari games, right? And ColecoVision and stuff like that. I played the crap out of those because it's all I had. And I got really good at some of those old crappy games. Not a skill that translates over to, Jedi Survivor. It just doesn't. Parrying was not something that was in Yar's Revenge, or Donkey Kong, So yeah. Anyway. Wall Street Kid, Castlevania 3. That's a good one. Million Secret Castle. Rolling Thunder, Mario 1 and 3. Oh yeah, of course. Mario 3, Mario 2 and 3 were my jam. I love those games. And of course, Legend of Zelda's, the Metroids. I loved all those games. And got really good at them. But again, it's different today. And it's like, oh, well, you have to remember these 14 different key combinations, these 14 different moves that you can do at any given time, which is really cool when you remember to do them. And then there's some where it's like they add a lot to Jedi Survivor. There's a lot of different moves. And it's just, I'm pushing when I'm supposed to be pulling, and that sounds, I promise that's not sexual, but you know what I mean? It's like you're constantly, oh yeah, I gotta do this. I don't know how many times I fell and died because I drew my lightsaber out instead of force pull. So it's just stuff like that, My rage quit is when I breathe hard once while slapping the escape key to hit quit faster than light. There you go. See, I'm not a PC gamer though. I was for a while, but now it's just, I don't know, sitting here, it feels like work. When I'm sitting here, I'm working. I'm doing stuff, It's different. I mean, not that this is work, but you get what I'm saying. Sega and SNES, zip through. Got great at Lion King. It's funny. I've never played any of those, and I heard they're great. But yeah, I've never played those. Aladdin. Never played the Mickey Mouse in Crystal Castles. What, I don't know what it is. Castle of Illusion, right? I never played that one. But yeah. Okay, so for those of you who did not see Billy's video over on his YouTube channel, on the Game Chasers YouTube channel, I do want to point out a couple of things about the way that things are going down with Adventures of Game Chasing. First off, yes, the Blu-rays are starting to ship out. I'm helping out with getting the ship list together. Billy is actually doing the physical shipping. So he's doing all of that. I have not much to do with that. Other than helping get things prepped, which is different. The actual shipping is done by him. The other thing is that, of course, the movie is available for purchase on. I already forgot the. What is it? Buy? Is that what it is? I can't remember what my key thing was. Yes. Big Cartel. It's over there on that link. You can purchase a digital copy of the movie there, and it will be through Vimeo. Now Vimeo allows for stereo audio. What also happened is that around the same time when the Blu-rays were still in production, Billy had submitted the film and all the details to a film aggregator. And what a film aggregator does is it says, they look at the movie and they say, okay, we're going to put it here and here and here and here and here. And the good thing for Billy, I'm doing like for us, what's good for us is you basically reformat the poster in a couple of different resolutions. Then you submit the movie in a specific format with subtitles, with audio, blah, 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 right? And what they do is that they have streamlined it so that you only have to submit this information once, and then they will shop it around and submit it to different things. So it's very likely at some point this will be available on something more than just Amazon. Okay? But it is available now on Amazon, not Amazon Prime, but on Amazon. You can rent the movie or you can purchase the movie. And I think to purchase it, I think it's you rent it for $1.99 or you can buy it for $4.99. The problem is they've cut off the movie right after the credits stop. But there's an extra scene at the end. They've chopped that scene off. On top of that, even though Billy submitted the 5.1 audio, which is an amazing mix done by Joe GameSack, it's in mono for some reason on Amazon. What the heck? So basically, if you want it digitally, the best version is the Vimeo, just because it's in stereo. You don't have to. Mono is not great. It just doesn't sound very good. It sounds better in stereo than it does in mono. But then again, if Amazon somehow fixes it and makes it 5.1, that would probably be the one that I would say, yeah, that's probably the better version. The problem is the Amazon version right now is $5. The Vimeo digital code is $10. So it's just a thing, you know? I mean, like I said, in my opinion, if it were me, I'd probably buy it on Vimeo because I'd want that stereo. I wouldn't want it in mono, but there you go. Of course, the Blu-rays are in 5.1, like I said. And I'm really excited for everybody who wants to get one. Hopefully, you'll be able to get one if you hadn't already pre-ordered it. So there you go. And of course, the movie comes with 2 discs. If you pre-ordered, you get the movie with a lot of special features over here. And then the bonus disc has a lot more stuff on that. And there's just, I mean, seriously, great stuff. Pop Hunter, welcome. Welcome. Oh, DuckTales. I remember DuckTales. Yes. Sorry. So yeah, that's basically the deal right now. And I'm just really what I want is I want people to enjoy it. I want people to watch it and enjoy it. And yeah. I hope you guys like it. And I hope you guys I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in the future. Like, are we going to try to do another Kickstarter, or are we going to try to find outside funding? I don't know, but I hope that we get to make more, and hopefully each one gets better and better, and you know, we just delight people, you know? I mean, that's really what's about. It's something that we enjoy doing, and if you can also, you know, please people along the way, non-sexually, I mean, unless you ask nicely, then yeah, that's what we want to do. That's what we want to do. So yeah. Okay, let me go back for a second and I'll answer any questions along the way. My aunt worked at the local video stores and later Blockbuster, so she bought games as they sold them. Yeah, I didn't buy enough games back then. There were amazing deals back then. I did buy my game. No. No, yeah, my GameCube and my Nintendo 64 I purchased from Blockbuster on the little pre-owned whatever, and they were in fantastic shape. Still work to this day. Still have them in the closet. Um, but I gotta be honest with you, I didn't like the 64. The GameCube was freaking loved the GameCube. Was not a big fan of the 64. Just saying. I know a lot of people don't like that, but I like the GameCube better. Even though I kind of still like the cartridges. Yeah. Uh, okay, DuckTales game. Oh man, yeah, I played so much DuckTales. But pretty much any of the Capcom stuff back then. I actually liked Bionic Commando, and man, there was some good ones. You can still purchase it on Vimeo. Thought you had to back. Well, that was the thing when they gave it to us. I keep saying they and us and all that stuff. Okay, when it was all set up, they provided Billy with the Vimeo codes, and the Vimeo codes were to go out to the backers. And what ended up happening is that they created way too many codes. So what originally was going to happen is Billy was like, okay, I can put these out for sale. But I should say they kept getting told that they couldn't do any digital sales until they shopped around the movie and all that kind of stuff. The problem is they never shopped the movie around. And I'm talking about the guys that they were affiliated with. I don't know all those details, so I can't even tell you. So since they were just kind of like, okay, nothing's happening, so I guess we'll just start doing it ourselves. They started doing it. And started selling digital codes. And then of course, the thing through, is it Film Hub? Whatever the film aggregator's name is, which I helped with a little bit, a tiny bit. I think I wrote, I don't know. I can't remember what I did and what I didn't do. But I helped out with some stuff, getting stuff going. So yeah, I got it for Vimeo and Prime. See, there you go. To me, I mean, look, from my perspective, on my Apple TV, I have a Vimeo app and I have the Prime app. So for me, as far as what do you call it? I guess accessibility and being able to watch it, it doesn't matter to me. I could watch it on Vimeo or I could watch it on Prime. I've got both apps, so it doesn't matter. But for those people that don't have something like an Apple TV or Chromecast or whatever, I don't know if Vimeo has an app on all these. I don't know. I don't know how it works on other devices. But all I can tell you is that on mine, it puts out stereo, and I would rather have stereo than mono. But if it's more convenient for you to watch it on Prime, watch it on Prime, you know? So you guys got full digital rights. That's rad. Well, man, I guess that's a truck. That sounds terrible, but it was loud. Anyway, I mean, they own the movie. There's no other company behind it. So yeah, they own the movie. You know, like I think a lot of people, especially when the Kickstarter and everything was going on, is like, oh, they're e-begging and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, do you guys realize that what happens when you crowdfund, you know, all those people that put up money, that helps you own the thing that you're doing. So not only do you get the benefit of, well, how do I say this? I guess that's it. I mean, it's really when you go through the studio system, they own the product because they purchased it. They basically bought it. When you do it through crowdfunding, if you can crowdfund, then yeah, the creator owns the product. So unless they somewhere down the road make a deal with some, studio, like if, for example, if let's just say, let me see the films I'd like to watch. Okay, let's just say there's a streaming service called Films I Like to Watch, which is a dumb, terrible name. And if you use that name to create your own streaming service, well then I'm telling you it's terrible. But if it was called Films I Like to Watch and they made a deal with Billy and said, "Hey, if you give us the rights to this movie, we'll pay you so much money." That's really what's going to happen. Is that, like he would just be like, "Okay, well all those rights go over to Films I Like to Watch." So then down the road, if Billy says, "I want to make a sequel," well guess what? Now that he's sold the rights to whatever company that was, Films I Like to Watch, now he has to go to them to pay them so much money back so they can use those characters and all that. The one thing that I was really scared about is that with any sort of outside funding, he has to be really careful about how his characters are managed. It's the same reason, for example, when it was something about the way that it happened with Clerks. So he couldn't bring all of the characters over to like Mallrats because Clerks was Miramax, Mallrats was Universal. He could basically pimp out Jay and Silent Bob over to this other thing, which is why Jay and Silent Bob showed up in a Scream movie and other random things. So because of the way that worked, I think maybe he just retained the rights to Jay and Silent Bob. I don't know how that works, but it was something like that where you have to be really careful so that you have the freedom to be able to create something that you want to create. So my biggest concern was that, there would be some sort of like loophole where it's like, oh my God, Films I Like to Watch now owns Game Chasers. You know what I mean? And I don't want that to happen. I want them to protect their IP, basically. Because I mean, if you really think about it, it's an IP, it's a brand at this point. So, yeah. I wonder if it would be nice on Apple TV. Oh, I guarantee you it is. It's great. It's 1080p. I mean, just like it is on Amazon. I mean, it's the same. Should be the same video quality. Vimeo has perfect image quality where some of the fan edits that I've reviewed are on Vimeo through a password. And so when I got the password, I unlocked it on my account and then went into the living room. And since it was on my account is unlocked, I could watch it there and watch it on a big crazy TV. It was awesome. So yeah, I mean, it would definitely be good on an Apple TV. And if that's what you mean. I'm sure that's what you mean. Yeah, the credit scene is gone. I just don't get that. I don't get it. Wow, I'm way behind now. Yeah, Amazon should totally fix that. I'm sure they will. Billy has been talking to them. Yeah, but that's one of those things where since it's submitted through this aggregator, I think the aggregator has to talk to him, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Pop Hunter says, I have Prime and it let me rent it for free. Weird. That's really strange, Pop Hunter. I wonder why. Because, I mean, I don't know. Because every time I've pulled it up, because I'm logged in, I think I'm logged in on my phone. Let me see. Yeah. It just gives me the options to rent or buy. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. But yeah, that's crazy though. I wonder why. I love that the Ghost Hunters are on the second disc. Yeah, man. Man, I love. It's weird how like when I was watching the second disc to preview it just to make sure that things were working, I was testing it. I was sitting there watching the stuff and I'm like, this is kind of like what this portion is in the documentary, but then he expands on it and it's like, oh, this is cool. There's just some great stuff on there. If you love the behind the scenes stuff, which I love all of that, but seeing it put together in such a slick, I'm telling you, man, Billy did a slick job on those Blu-rays. They're great. They're really good. Rogue Squadron. Yeah, but I think I liked Rogue Leader more. But N64 Nut rented it first from Blockbuster. I was on Cloud 9, the esports team. You were on Cloud 9? Really? Wow. I want to watch it on my 4K gaming monitor with my MDR 7506s. That sounds technical. And I mean, do you have to swing those around to keep the ladies off you? Because holy crap. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. Those are Sony's, right? Because only Sony has really terrible. I'm sorry, but Sony has the worst freaking names for their stuff. Anyway, Billy and Jay made a movie for less than thought was possible. Well, again, that's the thing that you have to keep in mind about Adventures in Game Chasing is they had help. They had a lot of help. A lot of people worked for free. I'm one of them. Of course, Billy and Jay technically have never been paid for the movie. Eric didn't get paid. Chief didn't get paid. And Leon, who, again, Leon, our special effects, I'm just going to say wizard, who did all the special effects for us. He didn't get paid. The only thing that he didn't have to pay for was his hotel room. Everything else was on his dime. That's insane. For that level of proficiency, it's crazy. It's crazy. So we got really, really lucky. We also, the camera that we used, we would not have been able to get that camera at any other time of the year. But because at that time of the year, in November, film productions in Texas were shutting down. So that camera was not being used for anything. So we were able to basically upgrade the camera, which the Arri Alexa Mini, that was used on Game of Thrones and Black Panther and Captain America. That camera we would not have been able to get it any other time of the year. And we lucked into it. There's so many little things like that add up to what I believe is probably the best thing that we could have had. We could have, it couldn't have gone any better. We had problems. Yes, we had many problems, but in a weird kind of way, like, I'm just going to say it, in a weird kind of way, COVID helped us because it allowed Billy to take more time to get that stuff done. And oh, he's here. I didn't even realize he's here. Hey, Billy. So yeah, it's just, I hope I'm not saying anything, talking out of, especially me not realizing that I thought you were on the road. I didn't realize you were hanging out in my stream. But yeah, I'm so proud of the work that we did, and I'm proud of Billy and proud of Jay for putting it all together. And I just couldn't be happier to be able to work on it, and to be able to help out, and do this stuff to hopefully will lead to another one. So there you go. I assume the digital rights weren't owned because Billy said he could only sell the Vimeo version until the Kickstarter was over. Plus, e-begging allows us to do whatever we want and not answer to anyone. I mean, there you go, Billy. Great headphones. I got lucky $8 at a merchandise liquidation store. Didn't know what they were or what they had because the date on the package still says 96. Oh. I'm so far behind. It's crazy. Creatively speaking. Put in a contract that y'all keep the sequel rights. I mean, yeah. Rather confused why it isn't on the History Channel or A&E or something. I think Billy's actually answered that question before. But yeah. Films I like to watch isn't that bad of a name. It's simple and you know what you're going to. Well, yeah, but, What should I watch tonight? Aliens or Adventures in Game Chasing? I mean, do you want to laugh or do you want to look at Eric's ass? I mean, see what I did there? It was kind of like a misdirect. You know, I'm like the internet's Ryan Johnson. I just keep subverting expectations. Uh, those things are bulletproof. I've accidentally dropped, stretched, and smushed those things so many times. Adventures in Aliens. Now that sounds like Alien is what that sounds like. You monologue almost as much as Melvor. If you're talking to me, Pop Hunter, and I'm sure you are because I'm the only one here. You're totally right because I can, man. You get me going on a thing, and I'm just on that thing for a while. Might have rented free because of some digital credit, maybe. Ricky, that's exactly what I was thinking first because I don't see any other way. Because I mean, let me see. The contract is up now, and now we can sell. Oh well, there you go. There you go. Uh, let me just go. There we go. This is what I need to do. I'm logged in under my Kindle name. So let's see how it comes up. First up, I love that. The first thing on the list, I can't pull it up because I don't have it linked. It's the score. And then right after that is Prime Video. Yeah, it's the same thing. I got the same purchase options. But I don't have any credit or anything like that. That's so weird, man. All I know, Pop Hunter, is you lucked out. Either way. So there you go. Might have rented free. Oh yeah. I'm gonna buy it on Amazon just to support, but that mono stuff is a shame. Yeah. I saw it on Prime. It said more options and it said rent for 48 hours free. Yeah, see mine, it said it gave me the same. See, if I go to more purchase options, this is what mine shows. But I mean, look, I gotta be honest with you. $1.99 isn't that bad for HD to rent it, but I mean, you might as well buy it right at that point. $3 more and you can just own it, and it's on your Prime, on your Amazon forever. I don't know. Oh, garbage pun, the Cloud9 reference. Oh, okay. Sorry. They are Sony. I'm dying. You got me actually laughing out loud. Oh, well, they do have the worst naming convention though, right? I know all this, bro. I'm a mod in Jay's stream, and he's told all of this before. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, hey. Okay then. Closing up and heading home. You be careful, Ricky. I couldn't sell the digital because we signed a contract to give someone exclusive rights to shop the digital version to a streaming site. We still own it though. Contract is up now and we can sell. Yes. Thank you, Billy. See, I didn't know. I don't know all the ins and out on that. And we've probably talked about it before, but I don't remember it. And I don't know what I can say and what I can't. So there you go. Rob can monologue, but that's the show. Phil. Oh yeah. Phil Holland knows this boy can talk. I can talk like, man, I can definitely talk. Just a heads up, the soundtrack has a whopping 39 songs on it, including I'm a fan of the Ice Cream Man. I'm going to purchase a copy when I can. I wish I bought the VHS version. Yeah, I kind of want to watch the VHS version just to watch it. But yeah, I have a VCR, but I don't really have any. I mean, I guess I could hook it up. I don't know. Not trying to sound like an ass. No, Pop Hunter. I guess it's just when I heard the bro, or when I saw the bro, I thought you were like, hey, bro. But I mean, I don't know. It's no big deal. And Pop Hunter, it's totally cool. It's totally cool. I just, like I said, there's some of this stuff I'm learning as we go. You know what I mean? Because especially like, I don't know, man. Like I didn't realize. I don't know. Like I didn't realize all of the ins and outs, and I never thought about it before until we started talking about it, and then it was like, oh, okay, because then studios can do this. Oh, and that's why some characters can go from movie to movie and they're owned by different people, or distributed by different people. And even see, that's the weird thing, is that you can own the rights. Like a studio can own the rights for something, but they don't own the distribution rights. And so sometimes distribution rights can get in the way of Blu-rays showing in other countries, because then you have to get distribution rights for that country, and then that can get into things. So then sometimes there's different songs if you buy the Blu-ray overseas, like there's different songs on it because they don't have the rights to have it's crazy. It's crazy how that all works. And I know very little about it, but I know enough to know that, man, we could get in some big trouble if this isn't taken care of, this doesn't get taken care of, you know what I mean? And like my biggest thing was, one of the biggest, I say that. One of the things that I was most worried about was the music. Any of the music that he was using, and I was like, hey, you have rights? And he's like, oh, that's like, I think Rockin' Robin is past I think Rockin' Robin you can just play because it's what is that called? I'm losing the public domain. And then some songs, if it's a cover, it can be done, but you still have to get the rights from, or you have to get permission from the person who recorded the cover. So it's stuff like that. There's a lot of things. But it's really cool though. It's really cool that the movie is basically, at least from Billy's point of view, is free to do whatever he wants, which is great. And it also puts him in a great position if, say, Films I Like to Watch comes along and says, hey, I want to buy that. And Billy goes, I'm never making another movie again. So here you go. Give me the residuals. But I think Billy wants to make another movie. I want to make another movie. Oh, by the way, this is completely kind of separate, but I told you guys that I finished my first draft of the script. And I also told you that I read this script to Billy on the way down to Retropalooza Houston, and that Billy enjoyed it. And that there were, there's going to have to be some changes, but he really liked it. I got a message today from Scott Kinney, our producer for Adventures in Game Chasing. I sent him a copy of this first draft of the script, and he said he really liked it. He really liked it. Let me see what he said. He hasn't finished it, but all the voices feel really authentic to the movie characters established, aka the YouTube personas. Has the authenticity that drew me to the original Game Chasers screenplay. I was like, oh, I get it. This is how the movie could actually work. It fits well into a Kevin Smith-esque universe for these characters. I'll keep reading. And again, there's definitely room for a lot of improvement in my script. Of course, one of the biggest single changes is that I have too many characters. And so I'm going to have to combine some characters. But to hear that Billy liked it, to hear that Scott, he hasn't finished it, but he likes it. It just means a lot for somebody who has never written a script before. To get that kind of feedback is amazing. So I'm really excited to see where we can take it. So I'm super excited. I mean, Scott worked with Mark Hamill on Pop Culture Quest. In fact, let me see. Yeah. Mark Hamill's Pop Culture Quest. And I bet you if I hit images, there's Mark Hamill, plenty of things. Mark Hamill. I love this show. I want a season 2, like really bad. I'm surprised the Scott picture isn't up here. Let's see if I do that. Oh, there he is right there. There he is. That's Scott, and that's Mark Hamill. Oh, and oh yeah, and oh, by the way, oh, I can't click on that. That's the screen. I believe that is Howard Kazanjian, who was also the producer, one of the producers. What? I can't remember now. I have his book. Oh yeah, Return of the Jedi. I thought he. Oh, and Raiders. I need to read this book, by the way. Uh, but yeah, it's I've yeah, I want to read it. I want to read it. But anyway, yeah, it's kind of cool to have somebody that's been around the business for a while to be able to to be able to get that kind of feedback is just awesome. So buy, sell. I can't keep up with this business jargon. Oh, and Rachel, welcome. Hello there. Hello. Should have paid for the VHS version. Yeah, the fact that he basically re-edited it, or basically did the pan and scan version, which is really just kind of cool. I love it. You guys should have a movie with the ghost hunters. You ghost getters, you mean? I think ghost hunters is a different thing. Come to Michigan to find the dog man. I can put you guys up. Do it. Oh. Is Adventures in Game Chasing on Prime? We'll have a look here in the UK. One sec. Oh, Phil, thank you. Yeah, I'd love to know. I don't know how that works, because I know that there's probably a different set of movies available in every country. So since Prime is pretty much global now, it'd be interesting to know what other countries Adventures in Game Chasing is available on. And maybe it's there for just to rent for free. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Maybe Pop Hunter, if Pop Hunter has a VPN, maybe it's available for free in other countries. I don't know. If I was earlier to have VHS and signed old games, yep. Who owns Jason Mewes and Mike? Oh yeah, I don't know. Oh my God, how am I so behind? Oh, there we go. Serves me right for being slow on the draw. Son of a... And Magnus, welcome. Did you see Redfall reviews? No, not really. I don't really care about Redfall. Just didn't look that interesting to me. Just saying. And yeah, Zelda next week. Next week. I have the means to convert it to VHS if I need to. Well, that's the thing though. Converting it to VHS is one thing, but actually re-editing it to where it's in 4:3 instead of widescreen, that's another thing, you know? And I should probably play a couple of video clips on stream at some point. Try to get some sales going. Just checked out Adventures in Game Chase, not on Prime in UK. Looks like my American friends got it on Prime early. I can wait. Or Prime only. Yeah, I would assume that it would be that way. Magnus, no. I mean, I own one Laserdisc. You can't see it. It's Blade Runner. That's the only Laserdisc I own. And yes, thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Like I said, it just for somebody who I read a lot, so I would hope that I would have somewhat of a mastery of the English language to be able to get my point across. And I always thought I was pretty funny. But thinking that you're funny and then writing something and not knowing if it's funny until somebody else reads it, it's almost scary. It's scary to do that. Like if I say a bad joke and you guys don't laugh, well, I can't hear your laughter anyway. But you know what I mean? Like if you're with your friends and you tell a bad joke, no big deal. You move right on. But sometimes your whole thing, your whole idea is based on you liking these characters, you liking these jokes and all this stuff. and being on the journey as you're reading through the script. If you're not on that journey with them, then it's the whole thing is lost. And I spent a long time writing that thing. So it just means a lot to me that Billy and Scott both really enjoyed it. And even though it definitely needs work, it's a first draft. Characters come in and out, so I'm like, that's when I realized I'm like, I have way too many characters, because there's one character that does a thing in like the first third of the movie and then doesn't do anything else until the second third. And I'm like, okay, that must mean that person isn't, that character in my head wasn't developed enough for them to have a life of their own throughout the movie. So I might as well add those lines to someone else, or add those actions to someone else. But it's so weird when, I'm trying to think that way. And I'm also like, I'm kind of casting in my head as I'm writing so I can see the character and who they are. It's really fun though. It's really fun. And I hope I get to do it more because I really enjoy it. Rob, if out of the blue you got a legit deal to write for the next major Star Wars movie, would you do it? You would have carte blanche and no studio interference. Wraith, I would absolutely do it. What do I care? What do I care if y'all hate it? No skin off, off my back. No, none. I'd do it. I would totally do it. Now, it would take me a while. I'm not one of these people that could just crank out like some people. Like Billy was telling me that somebody he knows, he like writes scripts for a living, and he'll just crank scripts out like every like 2 weeks or something. I'm like, I can't. I have to sit and think and dwell and all that kind of stuff. I have to really think about it. And maybe it's just because I'm not good at it yet, So, yeah. Last of Us 2 had way too many characters. Oh, Last of Us 2. Did they? I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't really remember though. A montage of the Game Chasers episodes before viewings would mean the world at showings. Inside is everything with insidery things like this. Well, but see, like, this is one of the things that I keep talking about in some of my reviews that I'm, for whatever. Like, for example, that Sakura movie that I just reviewed, the Donnie Yen movie. It's based on this very famous novel from China, I believe. I could be wrong. I think it's China. But apparently a lot of people in China know of this story. So there's a lot of abbreviated kind of storytelling going on in this movie. But to me, a good storyteller can introduce characters, motivations, all of those things, and tell the story. And it will appeal to people who know the story already and people who don't. Because I can tell you right now, that movie did not work for me because I had no idea who these characters were and where they were coming from. And it's like, oh, okay, so he was a child. Now he's what? Donnie Yen's almost 60. Okay, all right, I'm with you. And then characters would pop up and then disappear, and then new characters would pop up and then die, and you're like, oh, but I don't care. I don't know who that is. Who is that? Who is that person? I don't even know. But now they're dead, so now I really don't care. So it's just like there's ways to do it. You know what I mean? So I hope that the movie Adventures in Game Chasing did a good enough job at setting up who these characters were, so that for somebody who didn't know who they were, they get the relationship, they get the way that they talk to each other and all that kind of stuff, and they're learning along, or not along with them, but you know what I mean. You get it. And then those of you who were big fans before, you get all the little things that are dropped all the way through that you're like, that might be a throwaway line to somebody who's never heard of them, but to you, that's like, dude, that's awesome. That's awesome that that's in there, So I don't know. Scott Kinney has really good taste in screenplays. I've always said that. Well, Mark Hamill from Corvette Summer, the same. The same. That would have been great if Mark Hamill was at your screening for Return of the Jedi and gave a speech and a greeting before the movie started. I mean, yes, that would have been random though. Just shows up in Plano, Texas, for no reason but to say hi before my screening. Yeah, it'd been great. Mark Hamill is in the machine. That story is funny. It's in the machine. I'm not sure I understand what that means. No, I don't have a VPN. I'm just as surprised with the free rental as everyone else is. Oh, okay. Okay. You have DaVinci Resolve. Well, hey. I've never really gotten I have it on my machine too. I haven't used it very much. 2:38 a.m. What? That is not true. Rob's only laser is Busy Beauties 3. Oh, Laserdisc. Now it's letting me rent it for 48 cents. See? I'm thinking you may have a credit on there. Maybe you had a credit because here's the thing. This is something I've noticed on Amazon. Look, I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing. But like mine, like every now and then if I say, "Okay, I'm not going to be home on Monday, so why don't you send it to me on Wednesday instead?" Same price, right? Cuz I'm a Prime whatever. You can get it like over in some cases overnight or sometimes same day. But if you choose to do it later, they'll give you a credit. Sometimes they give me a credit and sometimes they're like, "Well, yeah, and if you do that, then you'll get a free month of, you know, I don't know, something you'll never use." You know what I mean? But I have gotten credit on my account, my own Kindle account because of something that I purchased. And because I waited to get it. I don't know. I'm just saying. Maybe that's it. I watched Lethal Weapon 1 again. Still good, goofy fun. That's a great movie. Lethal Weapon 1 is still good. 2, it's basically, to me it's like this. 2 is still pretty fun. 3 is still fun but kind of eh. And then 4 is, man, it's almost become 4 is almost a parody of itself. You know, and that's why it got away from, because now they're all jokey and they're doing these big scenes with laughter and all that. I mean, that's great. That's fun. But the first movie, there was something about it. It was more serious and dark in a lot of ways, and I missed that, you know? Oh, you're casting your head as you write? How many lines does the Jennifer Connelly character have? You know, there's actually a character that would probably Jennifer Connelly would be perfect for. Do I like World War II history? I have a 10-hour infographic Pacific War documentary edited into 20 parts from Kings and Generals. It covers the start of the war to the Battle of Midway. I mean, Magnus. That's something. I don't know if I'm that into World War II history. Or Lindsay Lohan. No. I mean, the thing was, and look, the thing was, dude, it's hard to not like Lindsay Lohan back in that time period. She was amazing. But yeah, sorry. But yeah. No, it's nothing like that. I was more thinking, I wasn't like trying to think of certain stars or whatever. I was thinking about the people that we've worked with already, you know? And that's what I wanted is I want it to be sort of, I guess in a big way, like Kevin Smith, where, you know, you have a familiarity with the actor more than the character. So there are parts that I've written for actors that were in Adventures in Game Chasing that are playing different characters. And then there are, in some cases, the exact same character is back. But yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted Exactly. Hold on. I was trying to find. I mean, hmm, I can't find the one picture that I was looking for. Uh, but I mean, come on. Lindsay Lohan back in those days was, you know what I mean? Yeah, what was that movie called? The Mark Hamill movie. I don't remember. The one I think you're talking about. I can't remember. That's probably a no. Sounds like sane runtime as Return of the King with its 37 different endings. Put my coat on a few times, think it was ending in the cinema. Brendan Fraser did that for the Mummy screening in London. I mean, yeah, it would totally be cool if Mark Hamill was there, but I don't think the Plano, what is it, Plano West Theater, Cinemark Theater would be like, hey, you know, I'm going to do a surprise, whatever. Unless he was in town, I don't see why he would do that. Anyway, the past comes to haunt Bert Kreischer. Oh, yes. I have that trailer. Yes. When a murderous mobster tries to kidnap him to atone for his crimes with help from his estranged father, Bert must retrace the steps of his younger self. Yes. And it was actually a little strange to see Mark Hamill saying the F word. That was weird. In the trailer. Yes. Gotcha. Sorry. My wife spends a lot on Prime. Maybe that's why I got it as a free rental. Who knows? I enjoyed it. That's all that matters. Well, Pop Hunter, that is all that matters. And I'm happy that you were able to watch it and to enjoy it. And like I said, um, I mean, I don't know how many times I've said it. I I wanted it to be something that if you were a fan of Game Chasers, you'd get a lot out of it. And if you weren't a fan, you'd still get a lot out of it. Because I mean, because that was the thing that Scott said a lot. He said, "Remember who you're making this movie for." And I said, "Yes, but you're also making it so that anybody can watch it. So you have to kind of explain some things every now and then and have some jokes that anybody can get, you know. Some of them you don't need any clarification, you know. But some of them, you know, could be a lot just over your head. Like I love the way that Billy explains the light bulb trick. I just think it's funny. Their all of their delivery is just it just cracks me up, you know. And I like how Chief of all people is like, really, well, what's the light bulb trick? Come on, he knows what the light bulb trick is. Anyway, Lethal Weapon 1 and 2, the villains are dangerous, very, very dangerous and dark. 3, it's an afterthought on the villain, and 4 as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Uh 20 parts and each part is 35 minutes. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. Loan lives in Dubai, no idea if she's acting anymore. Well, she's married and pregnant now, which again, with everything that happened with her and all of her ups and downs, I just like I liked her as a person. You know, I mean, it was like back then it was just like, oh man, she's hot, she's a hot girl, but she's really, really talented. You know, and I would hope that at some point she's able to come back in a way and be that kind of level of because I think her comedic timing was fantastic. I thought she was really, really good in Mean Girls. I thought she was great on Saturday Night Live the multiple times that she was on there. I just, you know, I thought she was talented, you know, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she wasn't, but I thought that she was somebody who could be that kind of big star, like Margot Robbie level of like megastar. And she never quite got there because she went off the rails. And that's just sad. Even what's the Amanda Bynes? Tons of charisma, tons of cute as well. All of those things. She was like the entire package, and she went off the rails. So it's sad when I hear that and when I see that, you know. But it started out as a comedy bit. The Machine, right? That's really funny. He says it's a true story. Yes, Ted, and I've watched that bit many times actually. Bert is he's an interesting guy, but is it just me? It feels like he's one of those, and maybe this is because I'm not a drinker, but he feels like one of those people that is just a lot to deal with, you know? And you really have to be like, I would have to steel myself up to go hang out with Bert Kreischer. You know what I mean? Because you have to be on a certain energy level to keep up with him. I don't know. Never into redheads. Well, Pop Hunter, I mean, that's okay. That's okay. Nobody's perfect. I'm just kidding. It'd be strange and funny to see George Lucas and Steven Spielberg curse up a storm. Yeah, absolutely. It would be kind of funny, though. Interesting. Brother lives in Hollywood, took pictures of some random juice guy at a restaurant thinking it was Steven Spielberg. Sounds slightly racist. I don't know. Billy to be Herman Munster in the Munsters revival. I mean, Jay is a natural actor. You know what? I will say this. Many times, they both surprise me. Like, I knew Billy had a little bit of that. You know, you know, I've known him for a long time. But Jay, because I'll tell you, I'll just say I'll talk high level here. Okay, high level. High level. The scene on the couch toward the beginning, not at the beginning, but after Lemmy, right? They're on the couch and they're reminiscing. I thought that was a real problem for me. On the day of shooting, because I've got the headphones on, I'm script supervisor, right? But I'm also trying to keep an eye on things for Billy because I know he's sitting there. He can't see what's going on. So I'm almost like trying to be a second set of eyes for him. So I'm keeping an eye on things. And I just told him, I'm like, look, I don't want to be director, but I know what looks good and what doesn't. So if something looks off, I'll tell you. And he goes, yeah, absolutely. Keep me posted. And I'm sitting there and I'm getting so wrapped up in their conversation that I'm starting to tear up watching it being filmed. And I'm like, this is amazing stuff. Billy's great. Jay is great. In both, I mean, all their coverage, everything for that scene just works. It just really works. And you buy it, you know? I don't know. I was really impressed that day. And then the other scene that really scared me was the what am I, how am I going to say this? The kids on the porch. The kids on the porch. If that scene doesn't work and you don't buy it, a lot of things would not work. And you totally buy that those kids are the grown-up people. You just buy it. And they're so good that I mean, I was just sitting there going, holy crap. And I've told this story many times. But it's like, holy crap. We've got a movie, guys. We got a movie here. This isn't just, hey, let's see if we can not be terrible. No, this is like a real movie that has real feeling and real like heart in it. And I was so, it was weird because I had only been around him again for a couple of months, but I was sitting there and I was like, I couldn't be prouder. And like I said, I've almost felt like a dad, you know, which I'm not. But I almost felt like I was proud of him. And really my whole thing was I wanted to be there to help them out and whatever they needed. So, and it just so happened I was script supervisor. So there you go. There you go. Tim could not have made a more messed up crazy face. I know, right? I mean, he was like, whoa. Remember nothing about Mean Girls, but it was a really good movie. It's all I remember. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I've only seen it once too, but it made such an impression on me And then I think I immediately had seen her in Saturday Night Live and was just like, dude, she's amazing. And she's cute, you know. Now she's gotten a little bit older and, had some work done, which, the ladies in Hollywood like to do, which I just don't. I'm like, look, just keep your thing. It's what makes you you. Anyway, I like the girl in Hellraiser 1 and 2 because she looked just like my first girlfriend when I was 16 years old. Okay. Margot Robbie never gave me Lilo vibes, but Emma Stone did when she burst on the scene. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, either one of those I would love to have in my movie. Just saying. Margot, hit me up. Emma, you got my number. Go ahead. Call me up. I mean, you want to work on my film? Okay, I guess I'll let you. I'm not sure if I could hang with a dude who takes his shirt off at a drop of the hat. Jay is an entertainer for sure. Oh, yeah. But, I mean, there's just some people that just feel complete comfort. Like, shirt off, pants off. There's just some people like that. I've never been like that. I'm a shirt in the pool kind of guy. Of course, I was always like overweight, so I always have this vision of myself as being like super overweight, and I never wanted to, oh, look at me, look at his gut. I didn't want to deal with any of that. Anyway, 2019, I went to Universal Studios, did the tour. Steven Spielberg stopped in his little golf buggy and said hi for a minute. Nice guy, very down to earth. That's crazy and awesome. I love it. And I'm not the director. No. Me and my brother need to go to the Grauman's Chinese Theater one of these days. He lives about 8 miles away from it. Yes. Jay told a story that... Who was it? It was Jay and someone else. Maybe it was Eric. But they got to see Solo in the Chinese Theater, which they said was awesome. Whose kids were they, or did we cast? Yeah, we casted them. There was, in fact, my first official Game Chasers-y thing to do was to help them with casting. So on the Blu-ray, you can see this. When the kids are in that room, it's like a completely white room because it's like a blank room. It's like a blank canvas. It's a place where you can rent out things. Anyway, when we were there, in fact, I might even be able to show you some stuff. Hold on. My job was to help with casting. So whatever they needed. Hey, run the camera real quick while I do this scene with them. I ended up doing the scenes with most of the people that during casting, which was super fun because I love acting. I do. I love acting. I love being on camera. Hold on. I'm almost there. There's just a random picture of Han Solo. Okay. Okay, there's me sick. You don't want to see those pictures. Okay, how did I get so far ahead? Jeez, man. Oh, there's a funny picture. You ever done the Face app? That's me as a woman. Kind of hot. Not I'm just saying. Oh, there we go. So, this thing. So that was like one of the first things I did with them. So during casting, and if there were multiple kids there, just by looking at his performance, I know what he's doing. Dude, I read that script so many freaking times. But yeah, that was the first thing. And in fact, that was the first time that the first time that Jim had met Billy, I think. And it was the first time I met Jim. So there you go. Okay. But yeah, Billy's great. Chief is hilarious. Eric is Eric, and that alone is scary. Oh my God, his ass. Well, I mean, not wrong. Not wrong at all. Aggressive cosplayers near the theater. Ninjinzu, what's going on? What's going on? You're going to say, cast me next time. I can be a great background character. I have examples. Hey. Hey, you're kind of hot. Who's hot? Oh, Roberta. There you go. Yeah, Roberta. I forgot. Already forgot that I put up that picture. There was one that was like, wow, that looks like my mom, like when I was young. And then there's one when I did it when I was old, and I looked exactly like my grandfather. Like, it was creepy. Cast Robina in a movie? I mean, look, with all this AI and stuff, you never know. Ninjinzu, I thought you wouldn't be a good background actor giving your ninja qualities and blending into the background. Best thing about Adventures in Game Chasing is no Pat. Show us the old one. You want to see the old one? Okay, let me see if I can find it. It was back when I had a shaved head. Okay, where did it go? Okay, it's before that. Okay, it's that picture. Where's all the old... Dude, it just had it. How? Oh, there we go. Okay. So there's the picture that I started with. So this is back when I was sick. I was I was much thinner. I mean, look at my face and how filled out it is. Look at how gaunt my face is there. Anyway, there's the old one. Wow. Looks like my grandfather. No nudes. Promise no nudes. I have all those in a different folder so I don't get... Order 92. Exactly. Had to make food. I miss anything good? I mean, that's debatable. I don't know. Next time they can just have people to pay to be in the movie. The diner guy did. Yeah, that was Albert, and actually the guy toward the end, $2. I got $2. Two. Get out of my face with that, right? Toward the end, like almost like really close to the end. His name's Chris. He was also he also did one of the higher tiered Kickstarter things. And then Matt Wolf, Retro Wolf. He did the same thing. So, yeah. I thought those guys just worked because I had no idea who anyone was. So I just thought they worked on I thought they were actors. I didn't know. I heard they're going to make some new Lord of the Rings trilogy. They're going to do some stuff. Don't know what. Just Rob dressed as a woman. Kind of. Del Toro to direct it. I'm sick of Peter Jackson. It won't be Peter Jackson. And it probably won't be Guillermo del Toro. It'll be interesting to see what they end up doing, if anything. Asmongold's dad. Damn, you look like that old guy on Half-Life 2 Lost Coast. Looking healthy, looking clean. Glad to hear you're better. Well, thank you, Pop Hunter. Yeah, I mean, I went through some stuff. Really quick, just in case you didn't know. October 2013, I weighed 250 pounds. Got into MMA. At the end of March, I weighed 185 pounds. So if you do the math, that's 65 pounds in about 5 months. It's way too much weight. It's way too much weight to lose that quickly. But I loved the MMA. I just wasn't eating enough. But I was devoted. I was devoted into doing that. So anyway, at the end of March, I got sick. Basically had some stomach issues. Went into the hospital, had 3 surgeries. My stomach actually ruptured, or my intestines ruptured. So they took out my large intestine. Long time getting back. I was in the hospital for 3 weeks. By the end of April, so remember, 250 in October. The following March, I was 185. By the end of April, I weighed 135 pounds. I shouldn't be here, to be perfectly honest with you. It was a rough road back. I had to learn to walk again. I mean, I couldn't walk. Um, they told me, okay, you'll never work again. And then when I went back to work, they were like, oh, okay. Uh, Actually, they first told me I probably wouldn't walk again. Then they told me I wouldn't work again. And when I went back to work, they were like, okay, well, I guess no more limits for this guy. So yeah, do the thing, That's why my whole thing is do the thing. But yeah, so, and then over the next 3 years, I had 4 more surgeries, different repairs. I had a leak, like a direct leak out the front of my stomach, which it's kind of weird. Um, but yeah, so it was a rough road back. But I'm healthier now than I have been. I weigh 185 now, so I'm back up to that previous weight, but I'm not nearly in the same shape as when I was 185 before. Like when I was 185 and doing mixed martial arts stuff, I could stand on my head. I could kick probably, I don't know, this high above my head. I was in insane shape and was doing stuff that I thought, I can't believe my body can do this. And then, like I said, I basically lost weight way too fast. And that combined with Crohn's disease and diverticulitis, bad things happen. So, I thought they were still making that Lord of the Rings show mess on Amazon. They are. But they're talking about doing other Lord of the Rings movies. So other movies based on those characters, because they can do that. They have a filter to make you look like a teenager again. Yes, but it never worked on me. And I haven't tried that in a long time. And I'm not, this is not a bad thing. But because my hair was shaved, the AI thought I was black. So it would make me into a black kid. I don't know why. Rob got into MMA and listened to Godsmack. No, I was never into Godsmack. But I was super into the MMA. More for the health thing, but I mean, it was also the philosophy behind it. The Bruce Lee, be like water and stuff. So it's like my training physically and mentally helped me survive those 3 years of hell. There was a 17-month period where I couldn't eat because of the damage done in there. So I would get all my nutrition through, what is it called? TPN. So basically it's a bag full of stuff, and it would slowly get into my system over a period of like sometimes 10 hours, sometimes 14 hours. It depends on the thing. So I would literally be hooked to an IV for 10 to 14 hours out of the day. It was rough physically, but it was really rough mentally. Like really rough. So yeah. When I hear that people like, I never understood I know this is kind of weird talking about Star Wars, but anyway, episode 3, Padme dies, right? Oh, spoiler alert. But Padme dies of broken heart. She lost the will to live. I get it. I get that feeling. And I've felt that feeling of what's the use? You know what I mean? Just you want to give up, which is also part of the reason why the movie meant so much to me, because I felt like in a lot of ways, the theme of the movie was never give up. So it meant a lot to me. I mean, again, bits and pieces. So yeah, it was rough. It was a rough time. But, I probably went on too long about that. But yeah, it was a rough time. But thank you, Pop Hunter, and thank you, Rufus. I saw that. I'm still getting caught up, but uh, no Godsmack. No Godsmack. You wouldn't fart again because your guts would explode. Prove them wrong. Well, see, that was what was weird. I was on that nutrition. I can't remember what it's called. Total parental. It's not parental. I can't remember what TPN stands for, but yeah, it's you don't understand how weird it is not to eat and to never be hungry. Like for those 14 hours, I feel like I've eaten. I never have the urge to eat, but it does something weird to you because you're like, so much of our days are around the routine of, oh, it's lunchtime, oh, it's dinner time. And to not have that and to not be part of it, you know, was really weird and it messed up. Is it acid buildup related? I haven't seen acid issues in mine. No. Mine was literally, well, think about it. When you think about any diet thing on commercial or whatever, they always like, always consult your physician about, any diet thing or whatever. It's because you don't want to lose weight like I did. You don't want to lose 15 pounds a month. Wait, 65 pounds over 5 months. Okay, so 12, 13 pounds a month average. You shouldn't be losing weight that fast because what happens is your intestines don't really shrink. It takes a long time for your body to adjust to that. So basically, my body cavity was shrinking, right? Quickly because I was losing that weight really fast. But my intestines didn't have a chance to catch up to that. So it basically, in so many ways, it formed a kink, kind of like a garden hose. It formed a kink in my stomach or my large intestines. And then it ruptured. And it was pain beyond pain. But yeah. How old were you when you were doing MMA? That was 37. I think. Yeah. I've had one of those shouldn't be here moments in my life before. All I got to say is me being hit by a speeding car. Oh my gosh, Pop Hunter. Well, I'm glad you're here too. You know what I mean? I'm glad you're okay. Uh Rob's been through hell and back, persistence and hard work. I mean, it's such a weird thing because when people would say stuff like, "Man, your story is like inspirational or whatever," and I'm like, I don't see it that way. I had two choices. It's and I hate to say it, but I always think of movies, Shawshank Redemption, get busy living and get busy dying. I had one choice to me. There was no giving up was not an option. It sounds cliche or whatever, but it was literally like, oh, I got to get back to work. I got to get back to work. There, and that was always the goal. And they're like, well, okay, so are you standing up? Okay, how are you doing? And then once I got going, it was like, okay, he's moving really well. But it took me like hours of getting like working to get the strength back up in my legs and then walking again. Uh but it also it's beautiful in a way because it shows you going through that. I learned so much about myself, but so much about everyone around me, and so much of my family that I always felt like I don't know, maybe this is because of how I was raised or something, but I always felt I didn't want to be a burden to anybody. I would never want to be in the way, like if you're in line and you're like constantly moving to get out of people's way, oh man, that gives me so much anxiety. I hate it. I hate it. So I never wanted to be a burden. I never wanted to be in the way. And seeing my family rally around me, my friends rally around me, it was something. But it, like I said, it taught me a lot about them, but it taught me a lot about myself. And it also made me go, well, if that didn't kill me, and I felt invincible for a while. Like I was just like, I didn't give a crap. It was a weird time. But it also, like I said, it gave me it makes you see the world a different way, you know? Being that close to death, you know? 17, what was this? No. It was a 7 or 9 hour surgery. When I came out of that, I thought I was dead. I thought I was in heaven. I thought I was experiencing heaven because I saw glowing people and I don't know what was going on. I might have seen heaven. I don't know. I don't really believe in heaven, but hey, that's whatever. But I'm sitting there and I'm just like, I'm so out of it. But yeah, I scraped and clawed back, and I just wasn't going to give up. It just wasn't. It wasn't part of the plan. I don't know. You want to say, nah? There is no. I'm sorry. There is no like. There are no picture. I didn't save any pictures of the Black Rob. I just didn't, because I was like, that's not right. That, I mean, it's just not right. You know, it was weird. I never knew about the MMA part of that story. Yeah, the MMA part is really weird because it was a very short time, but it was like every day I'd get off of work and I'd go in there and do that workout, and I was doing it like 6 days a week, and I would be so like almost like muscle like failure, like you'd almost not be able to stand. But what I would do is I'd go outside and have a cigarette. It was such a weird time. And so yeah, but I got in like the most amazing shape. It was really nuts. So in the beginning there was nothing. Then Rob Roundhouse kicked nothing and told it to get a job. But thank you, Rufus. Rob does not sleep, he waits. Total penis nutrition. I mean, that's probably it. That's probably why I'm so well endowed. I'm not. What would have happened if you ate back then anyway? Well, it's not that anything would have happened. It's just the only thing that I could have is like 2 ounces of like mashed potato. And it's just because what happens is I had the what do you call that? Stoma? Is that what they call that? I had the bag, right? And so what would happen is if I had anything like anything not water based, so water, tea, coffee, but if I had cream and sugar, if I had a Coke, it would come out into the bag, which is kind of strange when you think about that. Like when you drink a Coke, yeah, a lot of the water gets taken out, but the syrup goes the other way, right? So I just had to be really careful about what I took in because they didn't want all of that being used. I know that's weird. It's a weird thing, but it was like we want it minimal, very minimal. And the more that I like, there would be every now and then they would say, "Oh yeah, you can have something, whatever." But what would happen is it would get like, I don't know how to talk about it without getting gross, but it's like it would weep and then it would burn, and it's so uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. And then not being able to actually enjoy food, it was crazy. So over time, they would say, "Oh yeah, let's try a week where you eat 400 calories of whatever a day, and we'll bump your nutrition down by 2 hours." So the bag would still be like big, but it would be a shorter amount of infusion time. And I did this all at home, by the way. I had a portable infusion unit. So yeah. What if I gained and lost 60 pounds in 2 months? That would be very, very difficult. Now, some people can do that. Like some actors have done that for roles. I mean, maybe not 60 pounds, but they've gained a lot of weight in a short amount of time and lost a bunch of weight in a short amount of time. You have to have somebody that's guiding you along that path. I was winging it, and was just like, "Oh, I'm not that hungry. Screw it. I'm not going to eat." When I should have been eating, I should have been eating. I should have been eating more. That's for damn sure. Because I just thought, oh yeah, losing weight faster. That's good. That's a good thing. Say, damn it, if I'm sick of this Ivy food crap, let's go to Whataburger. No, some people do that. Some people cheat. But I wasn't. I The weird thing about it is that the MMA, and not just the MMA part of it, but like, again, the philosophy part of it, because I got really into Bruce Lee, uh, into his way of thinking. It was, okay, here's the path to get better. I don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize that path. And whatever that length of time is, I want to beat that time. I want to, oh, it's going to take you 6 months to blah, blah, blah. No, I want it to be in 4 months. They're like, okay, holy crap, we're ready to go to the next stage. That's what I wanted. I wanted to exceed expectations every part of the journey. And I feel like I did that. In a lot of cases, the IV, which you can still see, that's all that's left, but there is a dot there, which was weird. It was almost like indented for a long time. It was really strange. Uh, but that's the scar from it. What would happen is they, a lot of times, if you didn't keep this clean, keep this orderly, because it was a pick line, right? So it was basically, straight into my heart, which felt really weird coming out, by the way, because they just pull it out and you can feel it. It was weird, man. It was so weird. But anyway, uh, you have to keep that area clean, because if it gets infected, then they have to basically take it out, give you antibiotics, clean it out, and then you can't be on nutrition and all that stuff. I didn't want to jeopardize any of that, so we kept it super clean. They never had to change the pick line in that 17 months. And they were like really proud of me for that. They were like, "Man, you really did a good job of that." Anyway, as Sam Rockwell, PFP is the best, Bucho. I'll say it till the day I die. It is the best. It is the best. What dreams did you have during those long surgeries? The worst. The worst dreams that you can even think of. I had dreams where, almost like, picture a industrial basement with pipes and stuff, and then it would come to life. And then there was one where it looked like I was walking down this hallway and it was very organic, and it looked like the walls looked like flesh, and then they would bleed. And I had dreams of plants that were, I know this sounds nuts, but I'm telling you, the stuff that you see when you're on this medication and it not a pleasant thing. It would be like I'd be sitting there in bed and my dad would be there, or mostly my dad. But he'd be sitting there and I would be having a conversation with him. And then I'm like, I gotta close my eyes for a bit. And as soon as I would close my eyes, it was like a movie waiting to start. And suddenly I'm seeing these horrific images. Just it's such a weird thing. I was seeing all kinds of wacky stuff. It was not pleasant. But yeah, it was again, every now and then I'll just have almost like a flashback where I'm imagining myself back in those times, and it's like, how did I ever make it through that? It was rough, man. It was really, really rough. But again, it made me who I am. So it's a good thing. I'm way behind, by the way, and we need to get to some news. Oh, your avatar everywhere you have? Yeah, it's the best. Brother almost died of COVID and people were trying to push their silly religion on him. He flipped out and cursed at them. Did anyone at the hospital try to convert you? Yes. People wanted to pray with me. But I was also like the model patient, because they were like, "You're so positive. you're such a nice guy, and you never get irritated with us, and you're always trying to help us. And they were like, you don't know how rare that is. I had people, I don't even remember this, but apparently when they were putting me under, I was talking to people, and they came and visited me when I was out of surgery, like days later, to make sure that I was okay. Gave me flowers and stuff, and I'm like, I don't remember. I don't remember them, but they were like, they made. And my dad was like, yeah, it's really, really nice of you, or whatever. And she was like, yeah, he really made an impression on us. I'm like, I don't remember what I did. Did I show my butthole or something? What's going on? Why? I don't understand it. I didn't understand it. But the weird thing about the religious stuff, I'm not a religious person, just saying. But I also have no problem with, uh, I have no problem if you want to be religious. What these people wanted to do more than anything was to give me positive reinforcement, and that's how I took it. I didn't take it as, oh, they're trying to make me into a Christian clone or something. It wasn't anything like that. But I could appreciate that it was doing as much for them as it was for me. And that's really what it was about, and I was fine with it. A lot of times it'd be like, oh, I mean, okay, you want to pray with me? Okay, you're just. But again, I actually got to a point where, because I was there for a long time, I got to know some of them, and it was a good quid pro quo type thing. Um, I think anytime you make a connection with somebody, whether it's in a hospital or wherever, and that was the thing I always loved about Blockbuster too, is you make those connections. But when you do that, you share a piece of yourself with someone. I know this is probably, I don't even know if this is a religious type, like a Zen thing, but I feel like that energy transference. Nothing sexual here, okay? We're just talking about that energy, that feeling, those feelings or whatever. They can be really good. And I felt the more positive that you are, the more positive you get back. So I felt that, like I said, that exchange of positivity, and I mean, I don't know if it helped me. You could say, oh, God has a plan, and then some people were saying that, and I was kind of like, he had a plan for this to happen. He could have just said, hey, quit eating popcorn so much, or hey, maybe eat a little more after something to replenish your nutrients and stuff, because you're working out really, really freaking hard. These plyometrics are making your butt. You know what I mean? It's like, if God wanted me to learn a lesson, there's a lot easier ways to learn a lesson. I got it. Don't need the popcorn lesson ever again. You know what I mean? But like I said, I think, I don't know. I just didn't have a problem with it. In fact, there was one lady where I literally thought she was an angel. But I realized, like soon after, I realized that this feeling that I was having was this almost euphoric feeling that I was having was because I was so dehydrated. And them giving the little sponges with water on the little stick, the moistening of and just feeling it was like the breath of life. That was it. And the reason they didn't want me to drink anything or eat anything is because of all the damage in there, and they didn't want anything going through. That's why I was on the nutrition, but the nutrition was still dehydrating me. Anyway, let's move on. This is like, why am I talking about this? He tried for a few seconds, but then they recognized Rob was already a Jedi. I mean, my favorite avatar is my retro channel, cyan and magenta, like an old PC without a dedicated graphics card. This one, hell yeah. That's cool. On the seventh day, God rested, Rob took over. I mean, no. Look, I'm just a dude who got close to the edge, and clawed my way back. I remember when I got out, I said, I'm literally half the man I used to be. But if I'm still a prick, does that actually make me twice the prick? Because I'm more condensed. I'm like a dense ball of like prick. And it was kind of a funny thing to say. You know, I thought it was funny. Anyway, nobody else seemed to laugh because they were like, "Oh, you're almost dead. You look terrible." But that's how I looked at it, and it was okay. You still have all the old bags and equipment. There's still some stuff in there. Most of the equipment they took back, and the bags. I think the bags were recycled. A lot of the tubing and all that kind of stuff, because it's basically like, you know, a pick line is uh like literally like a water hose, like a spigot, and then you screw on the. It's basically what it is. Screw on the end, and that cable, that line can be recycled, and I think we recycled all that stuff. But I still have some stuff in there. I don't know what I have, but I mean, we had stuff for the bag, you know, that was right here. We had stuff. I mean, we had all kinds of stuff. I'm sure we still have some of it. I saw a portable infusion unit open for pavement back in '93. Oh my god, that's funny. If you gain and drop weight in a short amount, you could develop diabetes just like Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks? 17 months with the same line and no issue sounds good. A good IV can go bad after like 3 or 4 days, I think. Something like that. I'm not the nurse in the family. Get off my back. No, it just depends on how you're treating it and how you're taking care of it. Because the lines can get messed up if you don't super clean them before you hook everything in. And then of course the area around it has to be cleaned thoroughly once a week. Um, but it's and then of course, you know, like if you forget and you try to grab something with this hand and you're reaching over and it starts pulling on it. I've had that happen a couple times. That sucked. But yeah. Yeah. When the odds are against, you'll uncover strength you never knew you had. At that time, it's sink or swim. True. Myron, what's going on? Sorry, we're talking stuff. Um my old health stuff. Just for a bit though. It's true though. It's like I said, when you get that close to the edge, you find out who you really are. And I always felt like that part that version of me was always there, but it's more, I don't know. Like I got rid of all the BS. The BS doesn't really exist anymore. It's why I can't like if I'm talking about, I don't know. It's hard for me to be disingenuous now. Usually what you see is what you get. You know? That's just the way it is now. It's different than it used to be. And I don't see the walls anymore. It's weirdly kind of like the Matrix. It's like I see the world for what it is now a little bit. You see through a lot of people now. I can see through. I mean, not literally see through them because that would be a superhero thing and I don't have that. But I'm talking about I can see when someone's being genuine and when they're not. I always kind of had that, but now it's more focused and I can really tell. And I can see good people for who they are. And then I can see the people that are just in it for whatever. You know, the genuineness of people I can see. And yeah, it's just a thing. It's weird. Did I miss the movie updates? Eric, welcome. I mean, all I was basically saying was what Billy reiterated in his video, which was, yeah, the Blu-rays are shipping. They're freaking awesome. The special features are great. He did an amazing job with all that. Then, the digital copies are available on Vimeo. Sorry, I was like thinking. I was like, what was next? I was thinking there was more parts. Anyway, digital copies are available on Vimeo for $9.99. They're in stereo. Those are preferred digital copy in my opinion, because the Amazon copy, which is great and very convenient for a lot of people, it's $4.99 to buy it, but it's in mono. That's really it. I like hearing you say updates more than Billy. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it. Um, for the people that want to buy the Blu-ray, I'm just going to say, look, if you didn't pre-order, there should be some leftovers. Leftovers? There should be extras. Leftover sounds like, I don't know. Dude, I am also a fan of the Ice Cream Man. And I'm sure you saw my tweet, right? That it like it's still his number one song on Apple Music, which I think is hilarious. But anyway, but yeah, maybe I'm more focused on it. It's a hit, or I could be one of the few people listening to it. Hopefully, it's just because everybody loves it. It's the best thing ever. But I hear the kids today talk a lot about get that bag, but this was a whole nother topic. It really was. Yes, it was. And you've probably, dude, some of you people who have been here for a while, you probably heard that story so many times, and I apologize. But when somebody asks, I want to try to give them that. Another note: when I was 19, I saw a band in a pub called Piss Bucket. 2 songs, the lead singer jumped off stage and headbutted a guy who was saying they sucked, which they did. Fights broke out. Yeah, Eric, it's weird. There was so many things about the movie that surprised me. And again, I think just for me personally, because I've known Billy and Jay a long time, but it surprised me that both of them could act. Sure, they didn't know the script nearly as well as Eric did. Eric knew the script probably better than I did. He could say other people's lines. Eric was always prepared and tried to keep us in line, because all of us got off the road a couple times, you know what I mean? But there you go. There's that. Yeah, buy that soundtrack. I think it's available on YouTube and everything too. But anyway, Eric surprised me with how just naturally funny he is. But then, since I didn't know, I knew Eric just a tiny bit better than Chief. And Chief really surprised me, because I gotta be honest, I've told him this. I said the first couple days I was like, I don't know about this, because Chief was a late addition to the cast. Like literally 2 days before is when Chief agreed to be in the movie. So it was really scary. And the first 2 days I'm kind of like, I don't know, man. I don't know about this. And then he killed it. Eric and Chief both just killed it, in my opinion. And they became like, I don't know if there was always a plan for maybe doing a spinoff, but that kind of assured me that, yeah, that's probably a good idea. We should do that. We should totally do that. So, never apologize, Rob. Well, I mean, I'll apologize if I want to. I don't know what I was apologizing for. Was it going on and on again? Because that's what I do. To own the standard copy on Prime for me is only $2.48. See, maybe you have some weird... Oh, standard. Did I think I closed it, or maybe... Yeah, I don't know. Seriously. Pop, Hunter, I have no idea what's going on. Those are my prices that I see. So standard $2.99, HD $4.99, rent standard $99, rent HD 199. So I don't know. Is there a vinyl? I don't know if there is. I don't think so. That'd be expensive. To produce, I mean. But I mean, I told him I want a signed CD from him. So we'll see if that happens. It's an important story to revisit. Very glad you're okay, and you definitely look healthy again. Well, thank you. I mean, and here's the thing. When I first started streaming and doing the videos again, I was really self-conscious about all the marks on my face. But all of that is from the Crohn's. I know that sounds weird, but the Crohn's, basically it ups your immune system and makes your immune system go nuts. So I was covered in zits and pimples and stuff. So all of these are from like really bad like acne that I suddenly developed in, my late 30s, early 40s. But no, this is me. This is who I am. And it's part of my metamorphosis into the person I am today. So I don't care. I'm good with it. I mean, I would like to get. I actually asked my dermatologist if there was stuff I could do, and he's like, it's some expensive stuff, and I'm like, okay, well, we won't do that part. Maybe if I, have to go to Hollywood premieres or something because Adventures in Game Chasing 6 is premiering at the Chinese Theater. Yeah. But no. Yeah. Eric is dope at playing up a character, or he's good at being himself. I can't tell. Why did my chat disconnect? That's weird. So I don't know what you guys see. I saw, very glad you're okay and you definitely look healthy again. Then I see Eric is dope at playing up a character. Did I miss anything? It said disconnected and then successfully connected. It was weird. But yeah, great chemistry. Well, I mean, they're all friends, And now, man, I'm telling you, Chief is that guy. Chief is that guy. Eric is turned up a bit, but Eric is still seriously funny, I mean, I just remember the last SoCal, Eric and I laughing. I mean, I was hurting. I was laughing so freaking hard. So I'm hoping that, this SoCal will be a lot of fun too. But I'm sure it will. Eric is just like that as a good natural comedic timing. Doesn't surprise me. Some of the greatest Game Chasers moments involve Eric. I mean, yeah. In the entire behind the scenes, I kept saying it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're talking about knowing the script, I think. My brother said he had an Amazon discount, so he got the movie for $2. The sequel / spinoff. Yes. Anyone seen the Winnie the Pooh horror movie? I haven't. I can rent for $99 and buy for $2.99 on Amazon. Just checked. Rob is a warrior. Oh, thank you. And yeah, Chief is a big old teddy bear. But hey, I have to go use the little boy's room. So I'll be right back. I mean, it's right back there. I mean, it's through that door into another door. But yeah, I got to use the restroom. So I'll be right back, okay? Seriously, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. No fapping. No. I mean, you're welcome to do whatever, but not me. No, I'm not emptying a pus bag. No, I'm not stroking it. Come on, guys. Come on. But no. Yeah, that is the what does Buccio call that? The BRB Bossa Nova? Yeah. That is that's one of those songs that I purchased. It was you purchase royalty free music, you know what I mean? Yeah. I don't use it very much because I usually don't take breaks. Uh I usually I just don't. But yeah. Um I did want to bring up a couple, not Gary, what's going on? You're just in time for the news. And you know what that means? Everybody's going to leave. No. But you know what it's called, Bucho? The Be Right Back Bossa Nova? I just saw you in here. Again, Bucho, that guy. Again, live shot of him in New Zealand. It's amazing the quality of the connection between New Zealand and Texas. But that is Bucho live. I don't know how he holds that pose for so long, but he's good at it. We'll check in on him here in a few minutes and see if he's moved at all. My guess is that he's perfect on it. Just bam. Just always that. And how can he type is what I don't understand. How is he in chat and then he can also keep that just completely stationary? I don't know. The BRB Bossa Nova, I don't know what it's really called though. Neither do I. Actually, I probably could find it. It's probably in my voice to text, bro, voice to chat. Exactly. There you go. See? Who said New Zealand didn't have technology? No one, Rob. No one said that. Yeah, exactly. It is kind of a toasty. Yeah, very much. Which is why originally I think I had him come up. Now I have him sliding in. Just slide in. Just tap it in. Happy Gilmore. Anyway, so yeah. First, I want to take a vape because this is that raspberry, and man, raspberry's good. And again, for the Grapleberry fans, no worries. The Grapleberry will be vaped. But since no one chose for me to vape it, I'm going to vape it for the first time after I get off the plane in Ontario this Thursday night. And it's because you don't want to have a tank with the depressurization. You don't want to have any liquid in there because it'll just make it leak everywhere. And I don't want that. And you don't want that. And yeah, Ringo definitely doesn't want that. So that's how we're doing that. How many references to other movies can I put in? Who knows? And Ringo here definitely doesn't want that. So everybody, be cool. Tell that bitch to be cool. Dude, Pulp Fiction, man. It's so good. Oh, I need to watch it again. It's so good. Hobbiton is about 90 minutes down the road. I mean, look. I want to visit New Zealand for many reasons. Number one is to hang out, to actually meet and shake Bucho's hand. Maybe a little hug. And who knows? We'll see where it goes from there. But that's definitely on the list. I want to meet Bucho. I've been talking with Bucho on and off for what? God, 18 years now? It's been a crazy amount of time. It's kind of a shocking amount of time when you think about it. In fact, if you really consider that our podcast started in 1965, which was 11 years before I was born, it really is amazing. Time has no meaning anymore. But I would like to visit Hobbiton and where they filmed, Rohan and all that kind of stuff. I'd love to do that. How far is Mount Doom? Guessing that's not a popular destination. I think Mount Doom was a set, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure they don't have just random things. Anyway, I wanted to bring this up. Wraith had mentioned it earlier. It's definitely something that, look, if you're a movie fan, this is going to affect you. If you live in California, this is going to affect you. The WGA strike, there's pretty much everything at midnight last night stopped. So no more SNL, no more talk shows, late night talk shows. All of the writers have stricken. They have stricken. The WGA has. But here's the thing. As a longtime writer, I just finished my first script, but because of the writing, I look at this as something that could be really good for the WGA, all the writers out there, because the thing is, just like any company, they try to make as much money, as much profit as possible, and if that means that people get screwed along the way, well then so be it. Well, unfortunately, for the longest time, writers haven't had the same level of rights as other people that work in movies. This is definitely one of those situations where they're definitely getting screwed on things like streaming shows, because streaming shows didn't really exist the last time. And in fact, streaming shows did not exist the last time. They had a strike, which was in late 2000s, I think, late 2008, something like that. But the thing is, this is going to be a thing, and it's going to affect movies. It's going to affect TV shows. It's going to affect a lot of things. When I see people like Boogie, right? Boogie 2988 made a joke about, oh, well, who's going to write the next Star Wars? And it's just like, I get what you're saying. You're saying a funny thing, kind of funny and whatever, but honestly, this is not a joke. Like, there are some writers that just get screwed day after day after day, and they don't even get like, I can't remember her name. Anyway, it was a story about how this, they were they were asked to come in and write, a few pages of dialogue to help with this and that. They didn't even get the day rate. And, there are writers that, they're finishing this script that's, goes on to make, millions of dollars, and yet they're having trouble making rent. So it's these people that are keeping Hollywood going, keeping TV going, keeping, your favorite TV shows, your favorite cable shows, your favorite anything you've ever seen had to have been written by someone. And so the fact that the writers don't get the benefits of their work kind of sucks. And there's a lot more to it. I'm not 100% delved into it, but a lot of it comes from the fact that on streaming shows, they're getting completely screwed. They're not getting any revenue from it. It's just a thing. So this is going to be a thing until this. Oh, there you go. 2007, 2008, Writers Guild of America work stoppage lasted 14 weeks and had a profound impact on the industry. Well, it actually had an impact on the way we watch television in a lot of ways, because reality TV became a thing because of that. Do we need any more reality TV? I don't think so. So, yeah. You can visit Mount Doom, but only if you travel by Eagle. Good to know. Good to know. I refuse to write another line for these people. See, I mean, look, I try to say it with as much seriousness as I can. I mean, there are some jokes to be had here, but it's just, I guess I just feel for them, and so many, you read some of these stories from visual effects artists and the problems that they have. I mean, these people like Yoshi, dude's doing okay, but he's not rich by any means. And these people are like the heart of the movies in a lot of cases. And the writer is the one that came up with the lines. Like your favorite actor. Most of your favorite actors have never written a single line of dialogue. It's the truth. They read the line, they deliver the line in a way that sounds good. But without that line, there is no movie. There is no show. So I don't know. I hope that they get everything that they're looking for. I hate to hear that people are getting screwed. Or it'll be like, oh, lines in a contract where they'll say, you know, you'll get blah 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 of the profit from this movie, and through very creative financial twistery, let's just call it what it is, through this weird fuckery going on in the background, suddenly these movies that have made millions and millions of dollars have never really got, made a profit. That's BS, man. And these people deserve better. These people are keeping this whole thing going. It just, every time this contract expires and comes up for renewal, this happens, so it doesn't surprise me. No, but you're right. The writers need a better deal, and it will get resolved, and it needs to be done right. It doesn't seem fair. Like this was my idea. This whole thing. Somebody wrote, Wachowski brothers are different. I'm trying to think of a situation where a lot of times the writers don't get the credit that they deserve. They don't become stars. They don't become household names. And yet they're the reasons that these shows and movies or whatever are so good. Your favorite episode of Breaking Bad, written by somebody that, of course, one of them was written and directed by Rian Johnson, which may not be the best argument for this case since a lot of people don't like The Last Jedi. But what I'm trying to say is there are writers out there that are getting screwed and they're coming up with all the good ideas, and it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. I'm happy about the strike. I hope it gives writers more power. I'm sick of perfectly good shows taking a big dump because some higher up wants to make it more appealing or some BS. That's another thing. That's a totally other thing. But yes, VFX need a union. They get screwed too. Stop your grinning and drop your linen. Written by somebody. Bill Paxton didn't just come up with that. Okay, maybe that's a bad example. He might have come up with that. Because there was some going off the script in that movie. But what I'm trying to say is, you know what I'm trying to say. Hollywood and the record companies a lot of times rehash the same old storylines season after season and take so much from other countries. It's ridiculous. Yeah, but a lot of times that's how it got greenlit. Hey, this really popular thing in this other country, we're going to remake it. So I'm paying you to write the script for this thing. Try to make it good. Okay, make it good. Okay, go. Now do it for pennies. Okay, great. We're going to make all the profit? Great. Awesome. Love it. That's what happens. Without money, man, there's just a script, but I want the writers to get a better cut. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm not saying that the whole system should change. But what I'm saying is instead of, such and such studio making $100 million profit on this movie, maybe you ought to give the writer $1 million of that. Just $1 million out of that $100 million you just made. Maybe they need to be cut in a little bit more, And it's just a weird thing too, because there's so many people that work on those movies that, man, they work their heart out. I saw people on Adventures in Game Chasing, 17-day shoot. They busted their butts to make those guys look amazing. I'm talking about the gaffers. I'm talking about all the sound people. I'm talking about the people behind the scenes that keep people offset, production assistants. We're talking every piece of the puzzle is there for one purpose, and that's to make this movie as best as we could. And it's what inspired me to start this show. To start Order 42 was about trying to talk to some of the people that were, the behind the scenes people, hear their stories. How did you get to be doing this? And a lot of them become sort of like, they're almost like they're grinders. They're like they're almost like fishermen waiting for the next boat to take off, you know? So, or, you know what I mean? To launch. So they can go on that fishing trip. And, I'm talking about like was it like, what's the show with the cursing guys in Alaska and they're, oh my God, there's a big thing that we have to deal with. See, that's why reality TV is terrible. Because you have ideas like that. But anyway, that's what I'm saying. There's so many people behind the scenes that get screwed. And to me, the writers are, man, they're part of that integral part of the system. And they need to be taken care of. Because, I mean, think about it. If you're doing a job and you're paid well, guess what? You're going to do a better job. You're just going to do a better job. You're going to be happier and you're going to be able to do whatever. Any job that you've ever had, you might have had a good experience there and might have had a bad experience. But when you're paid well and you're paid, you're paid the right amount, you agree to it, you do it, you do a better job than when you're constantly going, whew. Broadly speaking, with all things, seems like the at the top levels are about, well, we own the rights, IP, while the actual talent are exploited. There's so much of that exploitation going on. And I'm talking about any of the ones that you can think of. Any of the studios, they've done deals like that. It's just happened. And why wouldn't you? I mean, seriously, if you've got all the money, why wouldn't you try to protect as much of that money as possible? It makes sense. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to tell you, it's not right. It's not the right thing to do. And I would assume that most people, I shouldn't even say that because that's probably not true. I was going to say most people don't know what's going in their contract. They know what's going in there, and they know when they're getting the long straw. You know what I mean? They're getting they're doing okay, but it just a fraction of a percentage point in the writer's direction could change lives. It could literally change lives. So yeah, I think it's definitely an important thing. Highest paid spec script writer, Shane Black. Don't doubt it. Rachel, you're back. I didn't see you in for a while. I think it was Billy who said he wanted a movie for everyone, even if you don't watch Game Chasers, and I think it totally is. Oh, I think you're behind. That's okay. That's okay. You might have put it on pause. But yes. Yes. And I think for us, I mean, for me, it was a big deal. It was definitely a big deal. Because the draft that I first read was, I wouldn't say it was radically different, but it was just like any opportunity that we could have to make it stronger in any way, and we did that. But yeah. Atlanta, the new Hollywood. I mean, yeah, but it's still the same thing. It's just in a different location. There's still the same people running things. No movie or show without a writer. These forms of entertainment is to tell a story. You can't have an album without a songwriter. Exactly. And sometimes the performers are the writers, but that's not always the case. I don't know anything about the system, Rob, but I've heard some writers being paid $500,000 or $1 million to write scripts, but I don't know. Sure, it's not the same for all writers. Absolutely. You're talking about the higher profile guys. I mean, like, what's his name that was working on that worked on True Detective? We were talking about it. Nick Pizzoletto or whatever his name is. So he's definitely high profile and became the showrunner for True Detective. Now he's going to help write the script for Blade, the new Marvel movie. Yeah, you better believe he's getting paid because he's got a name and he's got this thing behind him. But yeah, they're not all like that. Totally not all like that. Hatlanta. I'm not even sure what does that mean? Am I missing something? I thought the Rockies would be rockier than this. That John Denver's full of shit, man. Love that line. That's the Fairley brothers, though, you know? The reason I mentioned Shane Black is because he gets paid a high Oh, I know. Shane Black did Predator. He did, of course, I think he wrote and directed Iron Man 3. He also wrote and directed The Predator, which was bad, like really bad. But, you know, you can't always hit a home run. A lot of people would kill to have a job as a writer for a big studio or label. That's why they screw them over pay-wise. It's the same old story when someone would do it for cheaper, just won't be good. Yeah, and I mean, if you think about some of these actors that are in Marvel projects or whatever, and they usually get them when they're not that huge of a name. You know, like for example, Chris Hemsworth wasn't the Chris Hemsworth that we know today. Chris Hemsworth was not really a nobody, but he wasn't what he is today. And Marvel helped his profile. But do you think that he wants to play Thor the rest of his life? No. It's why he's been trying to branch out and do some other things. And unfortunately, some of those things didn't work. So it's just one of those things where it's a strange thing for an actor to say, oh, you know, I'm trying to think of it like an actor's point of view because it's what we know. Like, I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you who wrote most of the Marvel projects. I just couldn't. Those Marvel actors were paid millions. Don't feel sorry for them. No. What I'm trying to say is they get, like, I think I'm trying to, it's one of the situations where when you're a young actor and you start out, you're not making that kind of money, right? You know that. So it's just like I saw a thing where Orlando Bloom was paid like $175,000 to be in all 3 Lord of the Rings movies. $175,000. Now, of course, he's probably being paid residuals now for all the, you know, all the different showings and stuff. But I mean, yeah, at the time he was like, yeah. But I think a lot of these writers, they want to get their foot in the door. So of course, of course I'll write that. But then they get to the, you know, not all of them get made to, you know, I guess what I'm trying to say is not everybody can be the actual, like the top 1%. Everybody else is kind of getting screwed. You know what I mean? So I think that's part of what's going on here. But anyway, let's move on. God, it's already 10 o'clock. Holy crap. So we talked about that. I also wanted to just briefly talk about this. $1 billion. So Super Mario Brothers in a very, very short amount of time has made $1 billion for a movie that didn't do well when it comes to the critics. The audience didn't care. And it's $1 billion. So there you go. Either way, with advanced streaming, the writers need a better deal. Absolutely. Do directors get a bigger cut if they write as well, like Tarantino? I mean, yeah, but not. It's not the exact same. In fact, one of the things about Tarantino is he's actually, if I remember correctly, I want to say that there were some situations where he took pay cuts in order to have certain actors be cast because the studio didn't like the actor that he cast. And they're like, we'd rather have a bigger star here. And he's like, okay, well, I'll take a pay cut because I want that actor in my movie. So anyway, oops, not Adventures in Game Chasing. We've talked about that. Talking about Super Mario Brothers, $1 billion. I still haven't seen it. Still waiting on my wife. So it'll probably be at least another week. Unless I can catch it on Twitter. Did y'all hear about that? That apparently it was on Twitter for a while. The whole movie, which is crazy. But his brother auditioned for Thor, but he came to the audition to support him. They saw him and asked him to audition. The rest is history. Yeah, that's crazy about, because it was Hemsworth, the other Hemsworth. Liam, maybe? That's pretty interesting. I haven't seen Mario yet. I don't know who he is. He's the red guy kind of in the center. See the green guy? Okay, the guy next to him is the red. That's Mario. That's Mario right there. And then above him, the kind of dragony shell dragon guy looking thing, turtle I don't know what Bowser actually is, but anyway, that's Bowser. And then the woman character in the center, I think her name is Peach. And then there's the monkey with the DK thing, that's Donkey Kong. And then the little guy, the little mushroom guy with the mushroom hat, right? That is Toad. So there you go. Yeah, what is Bowser anyway? He's like a demonic turtle. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. That's why I was like, yeah. Hemsworth went on the gear and God knows what else and started a fitness app so you can look at him. Oh, I know. Yeah. Hemsworth is kind of, I like him. I like him personally. The guy with the red M is Mario, the green hat with L is Luigi. Yes. Yes, that also. Also those things. So, but yeah, $1 billion. I'm kind of surprised. Honestly, I didn't think it would be that big of a thing, but I'm really glad it is because I want more movies. I don't want look, I didn't see Super Mario Brothers yet, so I don't know how good it is, but I want some different stuff. Like as soon as they announced it, that was like, okay, good. Give me a Legend of Zelda movie. Okay, good. Give me a Metroid movie. That's what I want. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but Nintendo seeing that there's a market for it is a good thing, and hopefully that means they'll do more stuff. Not just more Mario Brothers movies, because I mean that's fine. You want to do a Luigi's Mansion movie? Go for it. I mean, I'd be cool with it, but I kind of want some other stuff, you know. Metroid for sure. The only problem I have is with Link, with Legend of Zelda, is Link, right? What do you do? Do you have him with a voice? Metroid strips the bikini at the end. Well, I hope it's not a Metroid. I hope it's Samus that does that. But no, I mean, I don't know. Is that? It's weird how the older I've gotten, the more I get weird about that kind of stuff. The overly sexualized characters, like I was watching Arcus, right? I've talked you about ARCUS, by the way. He streams almost every day, and he does speed runs, and they're really fun to watch. It's just fun to watch him. You can put him on mute if you don't like him, but the guy's really good. And like lately, he's just been playing a bunch of games, but he was playing Battletoads. Battletoads. Why is that villain woman dressed like that? Like, why? There's no reason. There's just no reason. Give me a reason, I'll believe it. But I was also looking at it kind of going, that's ridiculous. That's kind of ridiculous. I don't know. It's weird. Uh, like Lara Croft. Lara Croft, yeah. I mean, yeah. But that was in those 3D days, and those triangle boobs just were like, okay. Man, that game was fun. It was fun to learn. And then once you played it for a while, you're like, okay, I never really need to play that again. I haven't even played the newer versions, the Shadow of the Tomb Raider and all that. I haven't played those. Triangle boobs for the win. Star Fox would be cool. Don't polygon shame, Rob. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, not everybody can have smooth boobs, I guess. I don't even know. But yeah, Star Fox would be really good. But see, like those, I'm completely fine with like Legend of Zelda, please don't make it live action. Just don't. Just don't. Just don't make it live action. Seriously, I could watch a 2-hour movie of just animated stuff. Just do it. Don't do. I still play old school Tomb Raider. Bought all 5 for like £4. Wow. That's not a. See, that's a game I got pretty good at because it was like the only game I had. And for that weekend or whatever, or one of the few games I had very few PlayStation games because I rented. I have very few PlayStation, N64, and GameCube games because I worked at Blockbuster. Why would I need to buy games? I could just rent them for free. I could rent 5 free a week. That was awesome. Star Fox has to be either a realistic CG movie or a cel-shaded one like Star Fox Zero was. Star Fox Zero? I don't even remember that. Images. I mean, yeah. I mean, okay. I'm totally down though. Flappy was annoying and useless. What the hell is a Flappy? Even if they don't do movies, I'd love a Metroid or Legend of Zelda series. Dude, I'm probably the only person. Maybe that's not true. I can't be the only person. But I love the art style of Breath of the Wild. I love it's almost cel shaded, but it's not. And Star Wars Resistance. Not a great show, but I loved look at this art. Like look at that gold stormtrooper up there. It's awesome. I loved the way it looked. You love the way you look. But I just loved the way that these characters were designed. The action was awesome. Yeah. So give me that. Just give me that. In fact, you want to take that same style and apply it to Metroid, Legend of Zelda, Star Fox? Do it. Go. And begin. I'm ready to watch it. No, seriously. Go ahead, start. Yeah. I love that art style. Very cool. Star Fox Zero had a short 15-minute movie. Metroid would have to be more like the better Aliens movies. I like to call it the Legend of Zelda. What is that? It's just kind of funny about the. Oh, there's some news. But we were chatting. It just sounds like somebody trying to. Hey, you got that Legend of Zelda movie? The what? The legend? Is it Legend? Legend of Zelda? You got that Legend of Zelda movie? Because that's I need that. I need to watch that. You're an idiot. It reminds me of this guy that used to come into Blockbuster all the time. And he was kind of like he wasn't a hick. But he just kind of had this way about him that cuz look, I live in Texas, okay? And sometimes even in the cities you run into some of these people and they're just kind of like, "Well, hey, how's it going?" But yeah. Anyway. It's right next to Porky's Butthole. Porky's Butthole do America. Anyway, who saw this one coming? Cliffhanger 2? Cliffhanger 2. Really? You're going to do a Cliffhanger 2? I don't even know. What are y'all laughing at? Did Billy really show up to Blockbuster dressed as Sting? Yes. Yes, he did. Legend of Zelda. Yeah, How how old is he? How old is he? Uh See, if I had one of those fancy uh what's her face? Hey hey Charmin Alexa. Oh, I was close. I was close. Why did I say Charmin? uh yeah. Sylvester Stallone was born in 1946. So in 3 years he'll be 80. 80. I like that. Stallone is like 88 these days. No, he's literally going to be 80 in 2026. 3 years. Look, I like him. I like him, but damn. Damn, seriously? Cliffhanger? Exactly. Dude, seriously. Phil, that's exactly what I thought. Didn't we say everything we needed to say about Cliffhanger? I mean, in Cliffhanger 1, must we do this? Hang on was the tagline of that movie. Now it can be hang on, oh shit, my hip. Yeah. Keanu Reeves is the nicest person in Hollywood. I mean, maybe. Maybe. But yeah, why are you still hanging on cliffs at your age, sir? How's your you know it's funny because I probably would tell a colostomy bag joke. The problem is I've had one, not fun. But the weird thing is I used to joke about that pooping was a waste of time. That the amount of time that I spent on the toilet pooping was a waste of time. So wouldn't it be better if you could just once a day or whatever just put it in a thing, you know? I was thinking more of like a cube that you could just go, okay, let me take that and okay, done. Done for the day. Why does it have to be this and all this stuff? Why is that all there? Then I had a colostomy bag and basically had what I was talking about, where you're not having any of that, and it just happens, and it sucks. It sucked. Let me just tell you, it sucks. Don't ever get a colostomy bag if you can help it. It's not the best. It's not the best. But anyway, that's what happens when we talk about old people. Anyway, if we don't get a Last Action Hero 2 after this, I'll riot. Well, he's doing that show. What show is that? It's like Arnold in a TV show. It's kind of a strange idea, but he's going to be in that TV show, and I can't remember what it's called. But he's Arnold is back doing things. So, well, hang on. Say reboot. It's a reboot or sequel. Reboot. But it says Sylvester Stallone to strap in for a vertigo-inducing reboot. A sequel reboot. How can you do a sequel reboot? I mean, this isn't like Star Trek, you know, the J.J. Abrams Star Trek, where it's kind of a sequel, but it's also a reboot because you're going back in time and you're going to a different timeline. So it's technically a sequel because it just keeps on going, but it's technically a reboot in a kind of weird kind of way because you're kind of resetting them back to be young. I I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about that. Uh, it doesn't say anything about what the. Yeah, yeah. Rather have over the top too. You know that movie is not good. That movie is so what? What's this? Does that really help doing that? Does that really help? Because it looks. I'm sure this doesn't help. You know, putting your hat backwards. But come on. Uh, can you control the poop or does it just happen? No, when you have the bag, it just happens. So I'd be in a meeting, seriously, not kidding. I'd have to time when I eat because I know that about 45 minutes to an hour later, things are going to just start happening because it's an involuntary thing. Squeezing and all that stuff. Yeah. So I'd be in a meeting and it'd go seriously. And I'm like, what the sorry. And then it would stink. And they'd be all like, aha, it's so funny. And I'm like, that's embarrassing. But they knew it. Anyway. Anyway. See, we need to stop talking about that. Well, why are we randomly talking about colostomy bags? I mean, seriously, you guys brought it up. That's not true. Cliffhanger 2, old people. Yeah, it's my problem. I'm sorry. I'm patiently waiting for a sequel to Alita Battle Angel. I hope so. That would be great. A sequel reboot like Matrix Revolutions? Yeah. Over the Top is amazing. Yeah. That's how Greg beat you in arm wrestling. Really? He went over the top. Over the Top is terrible in the best possible way. Oh, how dare you, Rob? Putting the hat backwards definitely helps. Have you ever told Jay about your feelings about Over the Top? No, but I will. See, here's the thing. I'm one of those people that, I don't know, Jay could totally beat me up now. But back in the day, he was like this young kid, you know? I was like, I say that. I'm like 4 years older than him. But he felt like oh yeah, I could totally like mess with this kid. For sure. I can mess with this kid. It's no big deal. Now it's like I still come at him sometimes where I'm like he came up at me at Retropalooza and he's like, "Hey, I heard blah 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 blah." And I'm like, "Yeah? Well, blah 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 blah." And he's like, "Oh, man." And then we just laughed and then went our separate ways. It's weird how like we still have that kind of brotherly thing. But yeah, I'll tell him. If you want me to record it, I will. Actually, don't make me do that because I'll forget. I'm terrible at that stuff. But yeah. Oh, he did come at me for Lady Killers. But I would totally forget. But I would totally do it. You know what I mean? Can I interest you in Two Stop or My Mom Will Shoot Too Furious? That's weird. Bucho and Wraith kind of had the same joke almost at the same time. That was kind of funny. If Milo, Ventamla pretty sure that's how you pronounce his name. My apologies to Milo. Sorry. That was so bad. But yeah. You're not greenlining it though? Okay. That was pretty funny though. Stop or My Mom's Mom Will Shoot Geriatric. I mean, yeah. Best Little Whorehouse in Texas 2. Was that Stallone? Yes, but I never saw that one. Because it's not, wasn't made for me. Holy crap, it's almost 10:30. Okay, I have two more things. Two more things. One, pretty interested in this. Air, the Matt Damon, Ben Affleck Nike film, set a release date for streaming on Amazon. It's coming out May 12th. So if you're interested in this movie, I've heard it's really, really good. Like an early Oscar contender for like it's just like a really, really good movie. Viola Davis is in it. I really want to see this and just haven't gotten around to it. But May 12th. I really feel bad about the Milo. Ventimigliano. But yeah, I'm actually really, yeah, May 12th with Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. But still, this supposedly is like really, really good. And we should, I said we, not we. Wait, was that coming through? Was something coming through? Oh, it's on this. Okay, it's not. It looked like there's a thing in Safari when it shows you when audio is happening. So like for example, if you have like a bunch of tabs open and one tab is playing an ad, you don't have to sit there and try to figure out which one it is. It'll show you which tab is playing an ad, and it'll actually show at the top of the screen. Something was going off, but it wasn't coming through. So that was really strange. That was really strange. Affleck was the bomb in Phantoms. Yeah, he was. I don't think I ever saw Phantoms actually. Is this stream still going, Magnus? If you ask me that one more time. Like if I was a dad, this would be my, hey, watching you. But yeah, yes, of course, Magnus. If it's going, then it's still going. Pretty simple. Pretty simple to understand. Magnus. Just kidding. I'm totally kidding. But this one, look, this one was interesting, and I wanted to bring it up because what? Gladiator 2 is now gonna have Pedro Pascal in it. So what? The idea of a Gladiator 2 seemed dumb to me, but there's some really like interesting actors who are going to be in this. So you've got Paul Mescal, who I'm not familiar with, Barry Keoghan, who was in Banshees of Inisherin, Denzel Washington, Joseph Quinn, who I don't remember his name, but he was in Stranger Things, the Hellfire Club guy, the long hair playing the guitar. It was like everybody's like, oh my gosh, Eddie. Was it Eddie? 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 Was it Eddie? I think it's Eddie. Anyway, he's going to be in it. And then Connie Nielsen is reprising her role as the mother of Lucius, who is played by that Paul Mescal guy. But now you've got Pedro Pascal, who is on like the most amazing streak of like hit things ever. I mean, that's not true, but he's been in a lot of stuff. Last of Us, Mandalorian. I mean, the guy's on fire. So this just makes me think. I know a lot of people. There it is, Eddie. Thank you. But this makes me think. Yes, I think of Gladiator 2 and I go, what? Dumb. No. Why? But when you have all of these actors involved, it's either got to be huge budget, which means huge payday, or it's got to be a really good script. And Pedro Pascal is a person right now who's got a career hotter than any of those people I just named off. Like his career is hot. He can do anything he wants. Maybe it's just, hey, I want to work with Ridley Scott. Who knows? Maybe all of these people are like that. But this gives me hope that it could be really good. So, there you go. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, why a sequel? Stupid. See, again, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's going to be the greatest movie ever, but it gives me hope that this script, written by a writer, by the way, it's got to be good. Otherwise, you wouldn't have all of these really big stars coming to work on it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like when I first heard they were doing it, I was like, oh, okay. Then I heard Denzel Washington. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry? Denzel Washington's going to be in it? Okay. Okay. And then again, Barry Keoghan, really hot right now. Joseph Quinn, pretty hot, you know? He's pretty hot. And then Pedro Pascal is like, holy crap. So I don't know. I'm really hopeful for Gladiator 2. I still watch the original almost yearly. It's a good one. It really is good. You were playing Zelda Breath of the Wild on PC when I tabbed out, saw the stream was still running, and it was like, holy cow. Yes, Magnus. I get it. I'm just kidding with you. I'm messing around, man. Maybe it's because I don't mess around. I don't know. I don't mess around as much. But yeah, that's my last bit of news. I'm curious. I'm curious though. No one gives Affleck credit for HBO's Life Stories Families in Crisis, the Aaron Henry story. I got to get bigger, man. I got to get bigger. I don't even know what that is. Is it good? Uh, the Pop Hunter. What do you read? Tell me. What are you into? What are you into? Um, but I had a thought, and that just what's the Ben Affleck movie that looked like every other basketball movie, and then he's an alcoholic? Okay, it's just like every dude. I don't remember what that movie's called, but I watched it and really enjoyed it. That was a really good movie, and Ben Affleck was great in it. No Way Back. Yes, that movie was good. So I don't know. I like Ben Affleck though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a Ben Affleck mark. Dude comes out and does the same. I mean, he literally could come out and play fashionable male guy again for the rest of his career, and I'd probably still eat it up because I like Ben Affleck. So, and people wonder why I read so much. Yeah, I really want to know what you read. What do you read? What are you reading, Pop Hunter? What do you read? Game of Thrones. Half of Ridley Scott's movies I love. Half of Ridley Scott's movies I love. Half of them I hate. Me, it's like 85%, 60% love, 25% appreciate, 15% nah. It's hard for me to hate any movie now. You know, like I'm sure if I watched Twilight or one of the Twilight movies, I'd probably go, yeah, I might hate that. But it's almost like, yeah, that's just made for somebody else. It's not made for me. You know? Ridley Scott is super talented. And even his worst movies, they look amazing. The way that they're shot, I enjoy some part of his work. So, but that's because I'm a dork and I like that stuff. Warriors 2. It may not work with today's gangs. Yeah, maybe not. Denzel is going to be the gladiator. I don't know. He's getting old too. I mean, he's got to be in his 60s now, right? The Never-Ending Story would be interesting. I mean, it's kind of like Final Fantasy. How can it be a Final Fantasy if there's another one? I thought that was the final one. Of course, there's Final Destination. Never-Ending Story. Never-Ending Story 2. Never-Ending Story 3. The Adventure Begins. Never-Ending Story 4. 2. Yeah, I don't know. Just don't know. And Napoleon, yeah, I want to see that. From what I heard, man, the last duel flopped and he blamed it on young people. He absolutely did. And in a way, he's not wrong. But in another way, it was still during a pandemic. So I get that movie didn't exactly drive people to the theater. Erotic fiction. Oh, is that what Pop Hunter? I fell asleep on Kingdom of Heaven, woke up from the noise of the last battle. That movie is, I'm telling you, I know a lot of people were like, no, like Magnus, you want to edit some of the best movies I've ever seen. For me, the director's cut of Kingdom of Heaven is fantastic. Fantastic. Fiction, Ray Bradbury, T.A. Barron, history, especially history of the world. Right now I'm reading The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. I read a lot of different stuff. Sounds like very light, entertaining, sounds like a lot of history, especially history of the world. Origin of Species. I mean, that's not exactly light reading. Well, see, I'm reading the history of Middle Earth. I'm also in the middle of Wheel of Time. I'm in the last third of that. And I'm just about to start The Dark Tower. But I like reading anything. Last Duel was boring. Sorry, but it was. Looked good, though. See, I mean, for me, boring it wasn't. But I'm also like an ultra patient viewer. Like movies that people will get restless in, I'm locked in. My wife many times is like, can we just fast forward to the end? And I'm like, I'm in. But I'm always super excited to see a new Ridley Scott movie, but I don't always love them. Yeah. Yeah. Short Circuit 3. Jack Black was in Neverending Story 3. Really? I liked Legend. Did you play Shadow of the Colossus? No, I never did. I have watched a playthrough of it, though. It is pretty good. Books to put you to sleep. See, there you go. But see, that's the thing. Magnus, the way that you say things sometimes, it makes it sound like, you know, I don't know, like you're talking down on that. But you know what? If somebody said that they wanted to read, you know, something you're not into, there's plenty of things that you're into that we're not into. You know, there's stuff that we're into that you're not into. It's okay. But let people like what they like. Do the thing. You know? Let them do what they want to do. It's okay. I'm not into I'll be perfectly honest with you. Okay? Bucho loves it when I'm honest because honestly, it's the best way to go. I would not read Origin of the Species. I mean, look, I'm just saying it. But I am excited that he's reading Origin of the Species because hopefully he'll give us a review and tell us like who created the species. You know, where is there a plot twist at the end? You know what I mean? I mean, I hear Charles Darwin was big on subverting expectations, kind of like Ryan Johnson. So I'd like to hear the way it ends. Okay. I was watching some old X-Files on Disney Plus. Jack Black and other major stars popped up in some episodes. Yes, there's one episode with Jack Black and Giovanni Ribisi, right? Yeah, it's a really fun one. I used to read the Silmarillion before bed. After 3.5 pages, I was out cold. All right. Took me about 8 months to get through it. Took me like 2 weeks. But I'm also older and I'm more patient. When I first, I mean, seriously, I don't have my copies up there. My original copy. I bought it from Half Price Books 20 years ago. Maybe more. And I read the first like 6 pages and was like, nope, not for me. But today, you better believe it's awesome. I love the Silmarillion and loved it so much that I kept reading. I kept going and collected all of his books. I love it. So, yeah. You want a head turner, read History of the World by Gordon Wood. Anyone? That sounds familiar. Patient with movies, are you? But The Mandalorian, not so patient. Mm-hmm. It's all the way it's presented. If a movie is casting a spell, a TV show is casting a spell, I'm in. Mandalorian, too slow. Too slow and too meandering for my taste. I was an edgy teen when I first read Charles Darwin. I thought I had something special like a Penthouse magazine. I was bored out of my mind. Okay. Talking about a bunch of stupid birds. But that's the thing. What's stupid to you may be awesome to somebody else. So why say it's stupid? I think okay, you want honesty? I think it's stupid that you want to edit Heat. Stupid. I think that's stupid. But guess what? If you want to edit Heat for your own enjoyment, why would I? The only difference is whatever someone else is saying. You know, I'm not constantly putting down what other people like. So, you know, maybe just rein it in just a little bit. I hope you know that I'm just trying to make a point here. But I think that's crazy. Like, I think it's crazy. You want to edit Heat, Gladiator? Are you kidding me? No. So why would you come in here and tell someone else that the thing that they're reading is boring as shit? Unless you just, you know, maybe it's the attention. In which case, you've got it. So just, like I said, just kidding. Just rein it in. Rein it in. But joking, but coming in, joking is something that friends do when they're just playing around. But when you come in and immediately somebody says, "Oh, I'm reading this thing," and you go, "Oh yeah, that sucks." That's not funny. It's not joking. It comes off as being a dick. You get what I'm saying? Now, I'll be honest with you. I have had a lot more patience with that kind of talk in my stream for a long time. But you need to rein it in. Okay? Just rein it in. And yes, you're absolutely right. Some things over keyboard don't convey well over the internet. They don't. But again, you see my point though, right? No one else in here is saying, oh yeah, I hate the thing, whatever. Like, what was Phil saying? Phil said something like, I don't know. He said something, the last duel was boring. Sorry, but it was. Looked good though. I gave a positive review for the last duel. But he didn't come in here. The last duel was sucked, and anyone that liked it was an idiot. That's basically how you're coming in here. You're coming in hot, man. You're coming in too hot. All right, I'm done. Slip is the leader of the Nasties and the main antagonist of the Neverending Story 3, Escape from Fantasia. He was portrayed by Jack Black as his first villain role and one of his earliest roles. There you go. And Beard Chasers, welcome. I didn't see you. Sorry. Hi. Just Magnus got me on a little bit of a rant. It's okay. When we were in middle school in the mid-90s and had movie time, we must have watched the movie Airborne 50 times. That's Airborne featuring Jack Black as Augie. Never seen that. Good Will Hunting, Rob. Oh. Gordon Wood, of course. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And yeah, Good Will Hunting 2 hunting season would be amazing. Amazing. Do we know if wait, the first long book I read was Dracula in middle school. After that, I just kept reading. I really enjoyed that too. It was such a different story because it was the letters, right? The letters back and forth. It was just cool. But yeah, I stopped reading for many years. For many years. Just because, I got busy with life and whatever. But now, man, I've been reading like crazy. Beard chaser, what's going on? What was where's my reading list? So this is now again, what I'm trying to say to you in the best possible way is we have a difference in taste. Yours is very much more studious and more like the classics and stuff, which I think is great. That's not me. I'm more pulpy, fictiony, whatever. So this is my book list. This is my reading list. These are the books I've read since July of last year. So 1, 2, 3. I mean, lots. I've got a lot of books there. But mine's more, like I said, more pulpy, George Miller directing Furiosa. I think he is. I can say a controversial statement if that will get people worked up. I don't like Stranger Things, in my opinion. Yeah, that wasn't controversial. You actually said an opinion, and you said it in a way with, "Hey, here's an unpopular thing. I don't like Stranger Things." But you didn't go with anyone that likes Stranger Things sucks. I mean, that's basically how he was coming out, and it was just kind of like, dude, just a bunch of stupid birds. Oh, really? Really? I mean, it's just those lines were just kind of like, hey, come on, just rein it in. You come in here and tell me Heat is boring. Okay, well that means the way that he says things. And again, I'm not trying to, bag on him, but come on. He's got to know that the stuff he's saying, it's coming off as like, hey, if you like this, you're an idiot. Just rein it in. You rein it in. Yes, Carbonite. I mean, maybe not on my bad side. Just, hey, you're coming in hot. All right? Just chill out, man. We're cool here. I mean, there's plenty of people. There's plenty of people in here that have never seen Fimelian. I'm not a fan. The movie's dumb. But if you like it, for whatever reason, go for it. Let people like what they like. Beer chasers, do you buy beer from flea markets? What's the good word? Oh yeah, beer at flea markets is usually crap. Probably, I would probably think so. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just because of the dirt markets we have around here. Which was the better sequel in your opinion, Fury Road or Top Gun Maverick? Well, I mean, and we're not just talking budget or box office here, but Top Gun Maverick was a movie that took that original idea and expanded on it in a way that was so well done. It's hard to say actually now that I'm thinking about it, because Fury Road was excellent. And just because it didn't hit the mainstream doesn't mean that it wasn't excellent for its thing, you know what I mean? But I think Top Gun Maverick did a better job of expanding expanding the story in a somewhat realistic way. I mean, come on. He would have broken up and died at the beginning, right? Let's be honest. But it was fun. It's a fun popcorn movie. It's exactly what it needed to be. And it's way better than it ever I think most people expected it to be. I mean, if you expected it to be that awesome, then you need to play the lottery or something, because I did not see it coming that it was that good. So, yeah. Yes, Ricky. Yes. Little hot. Little hot on that. Did Fury Road have Jennifer Connelly in it? I mean, that is true. Is Fury Road actually a sequel though? Another controversial state. I don't like most Tom Cruise movies or even like him as a person. Oh, I'm not really a fan of him as a person. Um, I like a lot of his movies though. I mean, I think he's in the right role. He's one of those people that okay, I'll say it like this. There are some roles that he's taken where he shows a little more of his real personality, and that's not great. Like, I like Jerry Maguire, but there are moments in that movie where it's him being him, and it's almost like, eh. But at the same time, I like that movie. You know what I mean? It's like, I like a lot of his movies. Fury Road over Maverick. Okay. It is beautiful. It is a really, really well done movie. And it is a sequel reboot. Yeah, I guess so. Tom Cruise is going to stare you dead in the eyes and try to climb into your soul like the ring girl coming out of the TV. Yeah, he's. Ooh. Fury Road has the amazing Charlize Theron, so Fury Road is a win for me. I mean, yeah. Charlize Theron's awesome. And one of those older women, she's getting older, but she's getting older gracefully, and I love it. I love it. She is. I mean, like, she was hot when she was younger, but she's still hot. You know? She's still hot. I'm just saying. She still looks good. You don't like Will Ferrell or any of his movies. I mean, but that's the thing. Will Ferrell is one of those people that I totally get when people don't like him. You know? He's a lot. He's another one that's a lot. But it just so happens I like him, you know? People always sleep on Interview with a Vampire. You know, that's a really good movie. And Tom is really good in it. Tom Cruise is really good in it. Brad Pitt is excellent. Antonio Banderas is amazing. It was Kirsten Dunst's first movie. And she was like, the way that she played that part, especially if you've read the book and see the kind of things that she was doing, she was, man, amazing. It was such a good movie. Such a good movie. Pretty sure Tom is nuts, but he's had some amazing movies. Dude has got some talent. But I get it. Exactly. I mean, that's exactly how I feel. Selma Hayek, too. Yeah. Watched a movie called Woman Locked Up, real movie where a girl gets locked up in Thai prison, gets bullied, and trains in Thai boxing and becomes a lesbian, full-on nudity. I mean, I don't know. Kind of feel like I need to put it on the list, but probably not. It wasn't Small Soldiers? I don't even know. What is that in response to? Not sure. Never cared for Salma Hayek, but I'm more of an interracial person. So that's why I don't care for her. Tom Cruise is the best performance in Tropic Thunder. Okay. All right. Whoa. Whoa. It's on Amazon Prime for free? Okay. This locked up movie? All right. Are they making a Tropic Thunder too? Oh, Small Soldiers. Really? Are you sure? Really? Oh no, it was not Small Soldiers. Small Soldiers was 1998. Interview with the Vampire was 94, wasn't it? 94. Yeah. Classic films, black and white, classic as well as modern. Absolutely. Some of the best movies are those older movies. And I keep saying it, but it's like I think most people that watch me, they get that yeah, there's some great older movies. Yeah. But just in case you're not, there are some amazing older movies. Some of them have that kind of that almost like, well, we're in deep crap right now, but everything's going to work out, I'm pretty sure. You know, and you're just kind of like, okay. But yeah. Gone with the Wind is good for sure. Casablanca is probably my favorite classic movie, I guess you could say. But I mean, of course I still love a lot of all my Kurosawa films, love those. Interview the Vampire, really? Put you to sleep. Wow. The original Universal monster movies. They're fun. They're almost fun to see as like, oh yeah, that's okay. So that's the first time they did that. Okay, interesting. To me, they're not like great movies, but that's just me. Dozing off, will leave the stream run as I fall asleep, but won't be in chat. Appreciate you guys. Rufus, thank you. It's time. It's 11 o'clock. We've almost been going 4 hours. So yeah, we didn't quite go 6 hours. But yes, just to let you all know, I will be gone this Thursday night and will not return until probably late Tuesday. So yeah, we're gonna doing the SoCal thing. Again, SoCal Gaming Expo, May 6th and May 7th at the Ontario Convention Center in Ontario, California. So if you guys are around and you want to come to a pretty amazing expo, the gaming convention, come on out. It's a lot of fun. You're an 80s kid, by the way. Well, welcome, Pop Hunter. Love that you're here. Was that your Waylon Jennings narrating the Dukes of Hazzard impression? Which one? Where? I don't even know. Oh. Jeez. I'm sure you'll have plenty of ideas for new movies when on the road with Billy. Well, hopefully that's the plan. Hopefully that's the plan. Put some pics in Discord. I will try. Trust me, I will try. But guys, thank you. Thank you so much. Did that actually come through? Did that come through? I don't know if it came through. There it goes. See, it's the
Thanks for the stream and later everyone.
Thank you, Not Gary. Thank you so much for hanging out and thank you for that. I mean, that's awesome. But yeah. Not Gary always coming in like, "Oh man, you guys." But thank you. See you, dude. Tell the fellas I said, "Hey, beer chasers." I will. Thank you guys. Well, these boys sure seem like they're in a heap of trouble thing you did remind. Oh, well, yeah. I do. Well, I don't know about you all, but but see, that was not me that did. That was Brian that used to do that. Yeah. Now I'm thinking about all the How they gonna get there? Anyway, sorry. Hey, you guys have a great one. We've got, like I said, we've got another week before, 2 weeks before the next stream. So you guys have a nice next Tuesday, but we might try to do one on Wednesday. Just depends on where everything is, you know? I mean, sometimes you get the con crud and then 2 days on the road, you get sick, maybe. So we'll see what happens. But I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you next time. Thanks a lot again for being here.